Chapter 958. Raging Flame Star Prison. Outside the Raging Flame Cave. A white-robed young man lowered his head and said, "Senior brother, Qin Feng has left the Great Crimson Peak Dojo. His motive is unknown." Yi Ding was sitting cross-legged in the cave with his eyes closed. The voice of the Divine Lady of Kuan Peng could be heard. "This old opponent of yours is indeed extraordinary. He actually attained the Tao Exalt realm in such a short period of time. Even during the primeval times, only a very small portion of people could compare to such talent. All of those existences later on became overlords whose might shook the myriad of worlds in the universe. Yes, Qin Feng is very strange. It's a pity that I fell into Gong Ao's trap and became his enemy. Otherwise, I would be able to get close to him." Yi Ding's words revealed a trace of helplessness. "However, it's great that he has become a supreme being. Our plan can officially start now." He raised his head and opened his eyes. A ray of divine light flashed across his eyes. "Junior brother Xingzhou, it's been hard on you. You must think of a way to let Qin Feng know that Gong Ao is about to find the Eastern Wasteland Great Emperor's Eastern Wasteland Divine Treasury. You must also let my foster father's people know that Qin Feng has cultivated the 8 Wastelands' indestructible heaven scroll." The white-robed young man, Xingzhou, cupped his hands and said, "Yes, senior brother, I'll do it now." After bowing once more, he left the 22nd sector of the astral prison. "Yi Ding, is this person reliable?" The Divine Lady of Kuan Peng looked in the direction where Xingzhou left with a solemn expression. "Don't worry. Xingzhou has been my playmate since a long time ago. It's all thanks to me that he could become a true disciple of the sect and stand out in the astral world. There's no problem with his loyalty." Yi Ding smiled confidently. "That's good. However, can Qin Feng resist your foster father now? Your foster father's strength has increased by leaps and bounds. With his own providence, his strength might have already surpassed the Supreme Being level. He might have even reached the 3rd step of the Supreme Being level and is about to break through to the Heaven Realm. Qin Feng might not be able to resist him." The Divine Lady of Kuan Peng was very afraid of Gong Ao. Gong Ao's shrewdness and talent were even more impressive than some of the ancient kings of evil gods. "It's fine. I've been covering for Qin Feng for so long. Even if I don't do anything, Gong Ao will soon find out that Qin Feng has cultivated the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll. In the end, I'll only arouse his suspicion." Yi Ding narrowed his eyes. As for whether Qin Feng can stop Gong Ao, that will depend on his own fate. However, we can't wait any longer. Once Gong Ao gets his hands on the Eastern Baron Divine Treasury, he'll be able to ascend to the Heavenly Realm. By then, no one will be able to stop him. The Divine Kunpeng Maiden chuckled. "Yi Ding, your vision is still lacking. Let me tell you, there are strong and weak Heavenly Realm cultivators. That divine treasury was indeed left behind by the Eastern Baron Emperor. However, even if Gong Ao gets his hands on it, he'll only be able to ascend to the lesser celestial realm. There's still the middle celestial realm and the strongest greater celestial realm. I know some ancient secret realms. There's no lack of shocking opportunities in them, especially the Kuan Peng secret realm of the Kuan Peng race. As long as you can enter the Kuan Peng secret realm and obtain the Kuan Peng secret technique, it won't be difficult for you to ascend to the lesser celestial realm." After Shurtong's Nirvana realm stabilized, Qin Feng immediately brought Shurtong out of the Great Crimson Peak Dojo. Not long after Qin Feng left, the thunder-punishing True Lord arrived. However, this ancient True Lord was one step too late. In the sky, Qin Feng's speed was extremely fast. In his memory, the divine treasury that contained the number 1 spatial skill was not in the realm of stars, but in the Northern Spirit region. The Northern Spirit region was located in the north. This place was different from the thousands of miles of wilderness in the realm of stars. This place was filled with countless cities. Although the land area was not as vast as the realm of stars, the population here was several times more than the realm of stars. coming from the realm of stars, was like walking from the wilderness to civilization. The original overlord of this place was the Great Sunlight Temple. Following the destruction of the Great Sunlight Temple, the bustling sect rose and replaced the Great Sunlight Temple, becoming one of the 72 mysterious sects. Because the time was short, a large portion of the Northern Spirit region retained the style of the Great Sunlight Temple's rule. The entire Northern Spirit region did not have any kingdoms. There were only cities that were ruled by aristocratic families. Aristocratic families of all sizes were entrenched. They were divided into 6 grades: king, duke, marquis, count, viscount, and man. The smallest was the Baron aristocratic family. Of course, below the Baron aristocratic family, there were ordinary local tyrants. These local tyrants were not at the level of aristocratic family yet. Above the Baron aristocratic family was the Viscount aristocratic family. The Viscount aristocratic family was beyond the reach of the Baron aristocratic family in terms of family territory or strength. Above them were the counts, marquis, dukes, and even the top dukes. At the top of the pyramid was the bustling sect. There were 3 most famous dukes in the Northern Spirit region. One was the Bai family of Tianshui City, the other was the Wu family of Withered Pine Ridge, and the last was the Yin family of Netherworld City. The strength of these 3 aristocratic families even surpassed some second-rate sects. It was rumored that the bloodlines of these 3 aristocratic families had some magical properties. Furthermore, their origins were mysterious, and their foundations were tyrannical. Even if the Great Sunlight Temple fell, these 3 aristocratic families were still as stable as Mount Tai. The divine treasury in Qin Feng's memory was in the territory of the Bai family of Tianshui City. Qin Feng had some vague memories of the Bai family. These memories came from the future. If Qin Feng remembered correctly, this Bai family was a legendary, immemorial aristocratic family. It was passed down from a peerless almighty Bai emperor from the immemorial era. Immemorial Bai emperor. In Qin Feng's mind, there were many powerful beings. There were many powerful beings from the immemorial era. Lesser celestial beings were not even on the list. Only middle celestial beings had the right to be called ancestors, and only greater celestial beings had the right to be called emperors. The immemorial Bai emperor was one of the famous emperors. However, only the Bai family and a very small number of people knew that the Bai family of Tianshui City had the bloodline of the immemorial Bai emperor. Only a few years later, when someone from the Bai family awakened the bloodline of the Bai emperor and obtained the legacy of the emperor, would the Bai family be known to everyone. Qin Feng, you really forced this woman here. Being hugged by Qin Feng as they traversed through the dark and gloomy dimensional space. Shirtong's face was still filled with disbelief. Even though she had asked this question hundreds of times, she still felt like she was in a dream. Shirhan, that high and mighty elder sister of hers, had actually been snatched away by Qin Feng. Shirtong's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Some were gloating, some were venting, and some were lamenting. Both of them had fallen into the hands of this demon, Qin Feng. It was as if their encounter at Skyscraper Ridge had decided everything that was going to happen today. Shirhan's expression was complicated. Looking at this second sister of hers who loved to go against her, she felt like she was in a dream. Since young, both of them had grown up together with Shi Wushuang. Both of them had fallen in love with Shi Wushuang at the same time. But after Shi Wushuang was defeated by Qin Feng, she had given up on herself. She had thought that the 2 of them would be separated by heaven and earth. Who would have thought that they would fall into the hands of Qin Feng at the same time? There's more later. Chapter 959. That secret treasure was actually hidden in an unknown dimension. The only thing that could open this dimension was an ancient yin-yang sword. The yin-yang sword was a pair of ancient twin swords. This yin-yang sword was the key. When yin and yang combined, they could activate the ultimate secret of this sword. In Qin Feng's memory, this sword turned into the 9-cloud sword. The yin-yang sword was separated and was in the hands of the Bai family's twins. The Yang sword was in the hands of the eldest son of the Bai family, by Qing Tian. The Yin sword was in the hands of his twin brother, by Qing Yu. Both of them were direct descendants. They were born from the same mother. But the strange thing was, one was a famous peerless genius in the northern spirit region, and the other was the shame of the Bai family. In Tianshui City, in a restaurant near the Bai family, Qin Feng brought Shi Han and Shi Tong to a private room by the street. Tianshui City was huge. In terms of scale, Qin Feng had never seen such a bustling city. Even the capital of stars was much inferior compared to this place. Looking over, on the plains, the peak of popularity seemed to stretch to the end of the horizon. Although the capital of stars, Lion Camel City, was huge, it was still a city of cultivators. It was a little less fiery and a little more cold and cheerless. But it was different here. Cultivators had it, and so did ordinary rich merchants. Sitting by the window, he looked at the huge Bai family in the distance. I remember, Bai Qingyu was very tragic before he turned 18. His brother, Bai Qing Tian, was extremely talented and was known as the genius of the Bai family. Before he turned 15, he became a martial great master. At 18, he became a martial great master. It was as if all the talents of the two brothers were in his brother. Although he was a direct descendant of the Bai family, because of Bai Qing Tian's reputation, Bai Qingyu could not be seen in public. Just like me in the past, he was humiliated as a trash and could not turn over a new leaf. Qin Feng was very familiar with Bai Qingyu's experience. Qin Feng remembered it very clearly. It was probably the counterattack of a trash. Before he turned 18, this guy was very sullen. He was ostracized by the disciples of the family and pressured by his brother. It almost made him collapse. At the age of 18, he was only at the fourth heaven of the martial path. In most small clans, reaching the fourth firmament of the martial path at the age of 18 was something to be proud of. However, in a royal clan like the Bai family, reaching the fourth firmament of the martial path at the age of 18 was the lowest of the low. Not to mention, the Bai family was the descendant of the fiend gods. The most powerful and noble bloodline of the great emperors flowed in their veins. The Bai family had almost completely given up on Bai Qingyu. They were only waiting for him to turn 18 years old. Then they would banish him to some small branch of the family and let him eat and wait for death. Instead, they would focus on nurturing Bai Qing Tian. It was not until a few months before he turned 18 that he accidentally obtained part of the inheritance of the Bai Emperor in a certain mechanism in the ancestral hall of the clan. He practiced a cultivation method called the ancient Bai Emperor technique and awakened the bloodline of the Bai Emperor. From then on, he soared to the sky, and it was out of control. In the end, he used this technique to defeat the powerhouses of his generation. He even defeated the most powerful person in the Bai family, Bai Qing Tian. Later on, he obtained the complete 9 heavens yin-yang sword and the #1 space skill. However, according to Qin Feng's knowledge, Bai Qing Tian did not specialize in the law of space. Therefore, the #1 space skill did not have much use in his hands. What really made him famous was the #1 metal skill in the inheritance of the Bai Emperor, the Bai Emperor's slash of the Metal Emperor. The Metal Emperor. Later on, he was given the title of Metal Emperor. He attained the metal innate deity position. His fame was not inferior to that of the ancient Bai Emperor. All in all, whether he becomes the Metal Emperor or not doesn't have much to do with me. What I want is the most important 9 heavens sword. Qin Feng thought to himself. He knew that the future Metal Emperor was still 1 or 2 years away from rising to power. He was probably practicing hard in order to change his fate. Qin Feng looked at the majestic Bai family's courtyard, which was as grand as a palace. Qin Feng said, "It's still early. The two of you could take a walk around." Shi Han's eyes lit up. She was born in the wilderness and was very curious about human society. "It's okay." Shi Han shook her head. She had always preferred quiet places and did not like noisy places. Shi Tong glanced at them and said with her lips twitching, "I'm not going either." Shi Han glanced at Shi Tong, who was looking at her, and shook her head. Seeing this, Qin Feng looked at the two women and shook his head. In a flash, he disappeared from the private room upstairs. Not long after Qin Feng left, a group of young men and women entered the restaurant under the flattery of the owner. The leader of the group was a handsome young man. His face was as clear as jade, and he was very handsome. However, there was a sinister look on his face. He was dressed like a nobleman. He looked around the restaurant, and his eyes fell on Shi Han and Shi Tong, who were in the private room. His eyes were fixed on the Shi sisters. Qin Feng walked out of the inn. His divine sense was activated, and his heart demon seeds were sent into the Bai family. In just a few moments, he had a clear picture of the entire Bai family. The 9-cloud Yang sword was in the hands of the eldest young master of the Bai family, Bai Qingtian. At this time, Bai Qingtian was already in the Nirvana realm, a martial arts overlord. He cultivated the Bai family's unique skill, the Great White General Slaying skill. His true power was extremely sharp. He was cultivating in the Bai family's cultivation room, with a huge heptagold mother ore under his feet. This wash-basin-sized heptagold mother ore was formed from the purest heptagold essence in the center of the mine. It contained the purest heptagold essence qi. To a metal-type cultivator, it was as valuable as a heaven-grade treasure. The cultivation room was very spacious. The surrounding heptagold vital qi was gathered by the array. The air was emitting a faint golden light, like a golden light flowing in the air. Qin Feng appeared in the cultivation room without making a sound. On the futon, the handsome young man in white who was absorbing the heptagold mother ore's essence qi and refining his true power suddenly felt something. He was about to wake up from his cultivation. Qin Feng turned around and his figure flashed. With a swoosh, he appeared in front of the white-robed young man and pointed his finger at the center of the white-robed young man's brows. A dot of starlight suddenly appeared on the white-robed young man's forehead as he struggled violently. He is a star king with a constellation in his body. Qin Feng looked at the young man in white. It seemed like there was a second-generation metal-type constellation in his body. It was powerful. However, compared to him, it was too weak. Qin Feng did not have the intention to plunder the young man in White's natal star. This kind of constellation was too weak. He was too lazy to devour it. After suppressing the constellation easily, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the green, ancient sword on by Qingtian's knees. He took the ancient sword into his hand. Feeling the life imprint of the white-clothed youth in the ancient sword, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Then, he smiled and grabbed out with his finger, silently taking out the white-clothed youth's soul imprint. In his other hand, a strong inner demon appeared. Qin Feng's hand had a ray of black light. It was like a flame. In the black flame, the inner demon gradually transformed into an ancient sword that was exactly the same as the 9-cloud Yang sword. After that, Qin Feng grabbed a ball of spiritual imprint and put it into the 9-cloud Yang sword that the inner demon had transformed into. A weird smile flashed across his eyes. Qin Feng grabbed the 9-cloud Yang sword and disappeared from the cultivation room. There's more later. Chapter 960. What happened just now? In a luxurious cultivation room, Bai Qingtian opened his eyes and frowned. Why did he fall asleep all of a sudden while he was cultivating? Was it because he had been in seclusion for the past few days? Bai Qingtian's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked at the ancient green sword on his knees and controlled it with his divine thought. The next moment, the ancient green sword flew up. The shrill streamer tore through the void as if it was going to tear the void apart. It seems different. Bai Qingtian frowned. In the past, it was easy for him to activate the 9-cloud Yang sword. Now that he had infused his mental energy into the sword, he felt as if he had just fought with someone. His divine thought was severely depleted. He looked at the ancient green sword in his hand suspiciously. He muttered to himself, "Rumor has it that this ancient sword was left behind by the master of 9 clouds, an expert in the ancient times. It is divided into 2 swords, yin and yang. It contains a great secret. Since the clan obtained these 2 swords, They were put aside because no one was able to refine them. It was not until I and that piece of trash came to this world that the two swords recognized me as their master. However, even if they are refined, the nine-cloud ancient sword is not that powerful. It is only slightly stronger than an ordinary acquired sword. It is not that powerful. At this moment, a voice sounded in by Qing Tian's mind. That is because you are as blind as a bat. Who is it? By Qing Tian's expression changed, and he stood up immediately. Who is it? Who's playing tricks on me? The cultivation room was as quiet as still water. Just when Bai Qing Tian thought that he was hallucinating, a voice sounded. First, there was Hong Meng. Then, there was Tian. I did not expect that thousands of years have passed since the primordial war. Hong Meng, Zhao Hua, and Yuanshi have besieged me. Little guy, are you the one who woke me up? Bai Qing Tian's scalp went numb when he heard the voice. Hong Meng, Zhao Hua, and Yuanshi are the most powerful experts in the primordial era. Where did this old man come from? Bai Qing Tian's voice trembled. Who are you? Where are you? Who am I? I am the peerless overlord of the Grand Mist era, the first person to create the Devil Dao law. In the first era, because I spread the Devil Dao, I made the primordial beginning, Grand Mist, and fortune creation jealous. I was careless and was ambushed by the three despicable bastards. Even though it was a sneak attack, they couldn't kill me. They could only banish me to an unknown space-time and seal me in the ancient sword of the nine heavens. Humph, humph, I'm not a pushover. I used the ancient sword of nine clouds to send a strand of my godly consciousness back to heaven and earth. What a pity. Last time, Master of Nine Clouds was about to succeed. He was just one step away from bringing me back. Unfortunately, he brought disaster upon himself, and I had to start all over again. The arrogant and domineering voice said to Bai Qing Tian, Brat, are you willing to help me return? An opportunity, a great opportunity. What a great fortune. To think that he would encounter such an old antique. Bai Qing Tian was excited. He was very willing, but he forced himself to hold back and pretended to be cold. Senior, I can help you, but I have already set my mind on the great way. I have no distractions, humph. The voice sounded angry. Brat, do you think I'm a stingy person? Let me tell you, I have countless archaic cultivation methods in my mind. Any one of them can increase your strength by 10 times. Also, I've killed countless archaic experts. The treasures they left behind after their deaths have been sealed by me. Any one of them will be enough for you to use for the rest of your life. Bai Qing Tian's heart was beating rapidly. He was excited and thought that he had found a treasure. The voice said again, Forget it. As the saying goes, don't force things. I remember that the ancient sword of nine heavens is divided into two swords, yin and yang. There should be two sword owners. You're not my fated one. I think the other one should be able to do it. Bai Qing Tian was anxious. No. Ancestor, you're wrong. The owner of the yin sword is a good-for-nothing. How could he be your fated one? At this moment, Bai Qing Tian's heart was filled with endless murderous intent. At this moment, he wished he could kill his good-for-nothing brother with his sword. Is that so? That voice was non-committal as it said coldly. But in my eyes, you're also a good-for-nothing. Even the weakest member of my tribe was stronger than you in the Archean era. Bai Qing Tian was shocked and angry. His face was red, and he was not convinced. Even in the northern spirit region, Bai Qing Tian was one of the best peerless sky prides. But soon, Bai Qing Tian calmed down. The Archean humans were powerful, especially the human ancestor's body. It could be said that the human ancestor had a godly body. They had boundless strength and could easily pluck the stars and the moon. Although Bai Qing Tian was outstanding, he could not be compared to the human ancestor's body. Bai Qing Tian's face was red, but the desire to become stronger was aroused in his heart. His aptitude was nothing in the eyes of this old antique. What kind of amazing opportunity was this? If they could get acquainted with this ancient existence, even if it was just a sliver of fortune left behind by this ancient existence, it would still be amazing. Bai Qing Tian used all his strength to get close to the Archean demon master. hoping that the Archean demon master would recognize him as his partner. Forget it. I'll pick the tallest among the shorties. I saw that Swordmaster is even weaker than you. However, before you cultivate the primordial ancestor's physique, you can forget about getting any benefits from me. Without the primordial ancestor's physique, you won't be able to cultivate any primordial cultivation methods. I'll just watch you die of old age and do nothing. I'll just find another fated one. Of course, if you work hard and master the human ancestor's body, I'll give you some pointers. Even if I can't become a master god, I'll at least guarantee you the position of a demon god. The inner demon was very arrogant. Bai Qingtian was naturally overjoyed. He had a lot of good things to say. Even worshipping the ancestors was not as diligent. He had finally appeased the ancestor in the ancient sword of 9 clouds. After a while, Bai Qingtian said respectfully, "Then, ancestor, what do I have to do to bring you over?" The demon master sneered. "Right now, you don't have the qualifications to think about this question. You'd better focus on raising your cultivation. When the time comes, you can ask me again. I'll pass on the primordial ancestor's body technique to you first. When you're done cultivating it, you can ask me again. If you're a fool and don't master it, I won't answer you again." Bai Qingtian swore in his heart. He felt that he could not be looked down upon by this ancient man. At the same time, the ancient sword of 9 clouds turned into a black light and entered Bai Qingtian's body. Bai Qingtian was shocked. A mysterious message flowed into his soul from the ancient sword of 9 clouds and turned into a golden scripture with a strong aura of desolation. The human ancestor's real body? Bai Qingtian opened his eyes wide. He felt that this scripture was not fake. This was definitely an extraordinary body refining skill. He was immersed in it and no longer had any doubts about the origin of the demon master. In the corridor of the Bai mansion, Qin Feng revealed his real body. He felt that the inner demon had successfully fooled Bai Qingtian, and he smiled secretly. He had picked up a fool who was promoting the law of the demon master for free. He could take the opportunity to pass down the Chaos Demon Sect, one of the 10 lineages of the Diabolism. Chapter 9:61. The primordial ancestral scripture was real. This was the cultivation technique of the Chaos Demon Sect, one of the 10 demonic sections. The Chaos Demon Sect was known as the #1 demonic cultivator's physique. Deshang's Chaos Demon body was known as one of the strongest physiques, undying and indestructible. In fact, the complete name of this cultivation technique was the Primordial Immortal Demon Body. It took the true essence of the primordial ancestor's body and added the essence of the demonic path. Compared to the pure primordial ancestor's body, the primordial immortal demon body was more domineering. He casually passed down this demonic path. Qin Feng could faintly feel that his demon lord's luck and destiny had another seed. If it could take root and germinate, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely in the future. Then, Qin Feng used the same trick again. He took the 9 Heavens Yin sword from Bai Qingyu's hand and turned the other inner demon into the 9 Heavens Yin sword. Compared to Bai Qingtian, Bai Qingyu was a famous son of Providence. Qin Feng thought more highly of her. At the same time, Qin Feng took out the part of Bai Emperor's inheritance, the primordial Bai Emperor technique that was hidden in the ancestral hall. He did not do this to ruin Bai Qingyu's opportunity, but to turn his body into an old grandpa. This time, he was not bragging about being a demon lord. He was just saying that the Bai family's ancestor had met with misfortune and came out to find a successor. He also took the opportunity to pass down the inheritance of the 10 demonic sects to Bai Qingyu. Qin Feng now felt that he was a little enthusiastic about being an ancestor. And an ancestor who did not do anything. Maybe I should find more sons of Providence to fool in the future. Qin Feng thought to himself. It was difficult for sons of Providence to die. Snatching their opportunity was very easy to accept karma. In a short period of time, there seemed to be no worries. However, once a son of Providence grew up, karma and karma would be intertwined and would have to be repaid. Instead of snatching their opportunity, it was better to be like those old antiques and become an old grandpa. Just like the Blood River Law, Qin Feng seemed to have gained the upper hand by fighting to the death, but in fact, the Blood River Law had taken the biggest advantage. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave the Bai residence, he suddenly stopped, a look of surprise on his face. This aura is... Sensing an extremely familiar aura coming from the Bai residence, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with astonishment. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng's figure flashed and appeared outside a palace. The surrounding area was heavily guarded, and there was no lack of auras above the level of martial arts. Qin Feng's figure appeared outside the main hall, but the guards at the door, including the guards outside, did not seem to notice. Qin Feng directly walked into the main hall. There were many experts in the hall. Most of the elders of the Bai family were seated on the left and right. Qin Feng looked at the main seat and saw a middle-aged man in a green robe with a dignified aura. He had a pair of thick eyebrows, and his eyes were burning with a strong sense of majesty. This was the head of the Bai family, Bai Zhan. It was rumored that he was a third-level quasi-sage, but Qin Feng saw that he had already broken through to the fourth-level sage realm, and there were sage laws circulating around him. However, it seemed to be suppressed by some treasure, causing these sage laws to have a trace of pure yang characteristics of the sun god laws. Yin, you're not young anymore. You can't be willful. Dongfang Weiming is a peerless genius of the Greater One sect, and the Greater One sect is one of the top 10 divine sects. It's our honor that he proposed to our Bai family. Hearing this, the Bai family's great elder spoke. The Greater One sect is ranked 9th after the top 10 divine sects. Whether it's the experts or the resources they have, they're not something the Bailing sect can compare to. Furthermore, Dongfang Weiming is ranked in the top 10 among the many true disciples of the Greater One sect and is known as the outstanding talent of the Fire Emperor. A female elder nodded. Among the many geniuses of the 72 profound sects, Dongfang Weiming is definitely one of the best. At such a young age, he has had many fortuitous encounters and even obtained part of the legacy of the ancient Scarlet Flame, Heaven Monarch. In terms of strength, I'm afraid no one in the Bailing sect is his match. This was a charming and beautiful woman. She was dressed in a yellow palace dress, and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her beautiful eyes were like water, and she looked at the cold face Bai Yin. She was somewhat disappointed that Bai Yin did not live up to her expectations. She was Bai Yu, the younger sister of the Bai family's head, Bai Zhan. She was already married, and this time, she was here for Bai Yin-er's marriage. Bai Yu's face was cold. In her opinion, Bai Yin-er did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She did not know what was good for her. Who was Dongfang Weiming? He was a peerless genius of the Greater One sect. Among the 72 profound sects, he was one of the best. For such a genius to take a fancy to Bai Yin-er, it was the Bai family's good fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. How dare she be so picky? She was simply being shameless. Bai Yin-er, who was sitting in the middle of the left side of the lower row, suddenly raised her head. Her watery eyes were filled with a trace of coldness. Father, elders, and uncles, have you all forgotten the family's ancestral teachings? It is recorded in the ancestral teachings that the Bai family's Madame Ling of Gojoseon cannot marry. Normally, you all keep saying that the ancestral teachings are as mighty as a mountain, and that you cannot deceive or destroy the ancestors. Why are you trying to threaten Yin-er today? When these words came out, the faces of many of the Bai family's elders turned ugly. Madame Ling of Gojoseon, this was the Bai family's tradition. Every generation of the Bai family would choose a woman with the highest priority to become the Madame Ling of Gojoseon. Once chosen to become the Madame Ling of Gojoseon, not only would she receive the treatment of a direct descendant of the Bai family, but she would also not have to take on the task of marriage. This was the Bai family's tradition. It was rumored that it was set up by the Bai family's ancestor, Bai Emperor. It was to commemorate his daughter, Bai Yu, and the Ling of Gojoseon. Bai Yu was Bai Emperor's daughter. She was a heavenly beauty and was known as the immemorial #1 beauty. It was rumored that many experts in the immemorial era fell in love with her. The most famous one was the young master of the spirit race. Later on, the Ling of Gojoseon. The spirit race was an extremely mysterious race in the immemorial era. The origin of the spirit race was usually the transformation of the heavens and the innate spirit sage. Every spirit race member was an absolute expert. The Ling of Gojoseon's painstaking pursuit moved Bai Yu. Bai Emperor did not know that Bai Yu and the Ling of Gojoseon had already pledged their lives to each other. In order to strengthen the family, he married Bai Yu to another god-fiend family. Back then, the Bai Emperor's family was at its most difficult time. Bai Yu was in a dilemma, but for the sake of the Bai Emperor's family, she gritted her teeth and agreed. She suppressed her grief and rejected the young Ling of Gojoseon. The young Ling of Gojoseon quietly retired. Later on, the Bai Emperor's family encountered a great calamity. Bai Emperor attained his Tao, and experts from all directions blocked his path. Bai Emperor's life was hanging by a thread. It was Bai Yu who invited the Deshang Ling of Gojoseon to help Bai Emperor attain his Tao. After Bai Emperor attained his Tao, he felt guilty. Later on, he set up a rule. That was how the legendary Madame Ling of Gojoseon of every generation of the Bai Emperor's family. Bai Yuer's eyes flashed with displeasure as she said in a shrill voice, "Yin special cases can be special cases. The Madame Ling of Gojoseon can be chosen again. It's not like our Bai family hasn't had a Madame Ling of Gojoseon getting married. What's wrong with marrying the Dongfang Weiming? You have to know that on this continent, countless beauties dream of marrying into the Dongfang family. Although you have inherited the beauty of our ancestor, Princess Bai Yu, your talent is limited. This is your shortcoming. If you miss out on the Dongfang Weiming, I'm afraid you won't be able to find someone as wealthy as young Master Dongfang." Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Single dogs, go and eat your dog food. There's more later. Chapter 962. Bai Yin Qin Feng's first woman. At that time, it was also because he plucked a part of this woman's primordial yin in the bear cave that he truly embarked on the path of cultivation and removed the title of trash. Qin Feng had an extremely deep impression of this woman. But since the All-Star Martial Arts Assembly, because of some misunderstanding, the two parted on bad terms. Looking at Bai Yin, who was close at hand, her beautiful face was cold and beautiful. Qin Feng's expression suddenly came to a realization. He remembered that Bai Yin seemed to be surnamed Bai. Her background was illustrious. It's actually someone from the Bai Emperor's family. I should have thought of it long ago. The most famous Bai family in the northern spirit region. Hearing Bai Yuer's words, Qin Feng was a little surprised. What did she mean by never being able to find a better man than Dongfang Weiming? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Although he and Bai had only met for a night, but he had long regarded Bai Yin as his woman. How could he let others taint her? Qin Feng's heart grew cold as he stared at Bai Yuer. Bai Yuer's expression changed. Her intuition was as if she had been struck by some ancient monster. A chill rose from her heart, faintly feeling uneasy. She was dying left and right, inquiring about the changes in the expressions of many elders. There was nothing else unusual. Her heart was filled with suspicion. At this moment, Bai Yin said, "Aunt's words are strange. Aunt's word to looking down on my Bai family too much. My Bai family is also an ancient family that has existed for hundreds of years. Although we have followed the teachings of our ancestors to conceal our strength and bide our time, our strength is not weak. Moreover, although this niece thinks that she is not beautiful, she is still somewhat beautiful. She is not lacking in suitors and does not lack in suitors." On the side, hearing this, the elders nodded inwardly. Although many elders hoped to establish a relationship with the Greater One sect, they could not let the Greater One sect feel that the Bai family was lowly. Some of the elders looked at Bai Yuer and secretly frowned. This woman was siding with outsiders, but she couldn't belittle her own family. The great elder on the left chuckled. "Yin is too modest. Yin is the publicly recognized #1 beauty in the northern spirit region. In my Bai family, She is known as the reincarnation of Princess by you. Who dares to say that my yin heir is throwing herself at you? On the other side, the second elder of the second branch also said with a smile, Dongfang Wei Ming is from the Greater One sect, and is one of the 10 great disciples of the Greater One sect. It's true that his might shakes the 99 continents, but our yin isn't bad either. She's devastatingly beautiful, and it's not like there aren't any expert from the 72 profound sects who have come to propose marriage. Even if our Bai family wants to marry off a daughter, it must be done in a grand manner, and definitely not with grievances. Hearing this, many elders nodded inwardly. Many elders glanced at Bai Yuer with a trace of dissatisfaction in their hearts. Bai Yuer's expression changed slightly, and she lowered her head without saying a word. Bai Yin Er's words could be said to have pushed her into a rather unfavorable position. No matter what she said now, the other elders would think that she was siding with outsiders. I don't know what's wrong with Dongfang Weiming. He could have taken a fancy to anyone, but he just had to take a fancy to Bai Yin Er, this slut who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. If not for this, I wouldn't have to suffer such a grievance. Bai Yuer secretly cursed. Bai Yin swept her gaze across the elder's expressions. She was smart enough to know that no matter how much she resisted, this group of elders would definitely not let her go. A trace of distress flashed across her eyes. If her virginine energy had not been taken away by that damn guy, she would not have been in such a difficult position. Hatred flashed across Bai Yin Er's almond-shaped eyes when she thought of that hateful young man. She raised her head and looked at the elders in the hall, and finally, her gaze landed on Bai Zhan, who was sitting on the throne. She spoke slowly. Father, uncles, Yin Er has a request that I hope father and uncles will agree to. On the throne, Bai Zhan's eyes moved slightly as he looked down. Yin Er, what do you want to say? Bai Yin Er stood up. She did not realize that Qin Feng was not far from her. In just a few breaths, she would be able to come into contact with that unforgettable young man. She cupped her hands and said, Yin Er can promise uncles that I will give up my status as Madame Ling of Gojoseon. However, Yin Er can marry someone. Yin Er's wedding must be grand and impressive. Bai Yin, I want the entire Northern Spirit region, and even the 10 Spirit regions and the 99 regions to know that Bai Yin am getting married. Bai Yin Er's brows were filled with coldness and arrogance. About this? Bai Zhan furrowed his brows. He had wanted to reject her request, but on second thought, his woman's request was not too much. Furthermore, if he rejected her request, it would be too harsh. Bai Yin was focused on cultivation. If he forced her to marry someone, Bai Zhan would already feel guilty towards his daughter. If he rejected this request, Bai Zhan felt that he would not be able to pass this hurdle. When he thought of Bai Yin Er's deceased mother, Bai Zhan's expression softened slightly. Yin Er, what do you want to do? A strange look flashed across Bai Yin Er's eyes. I want father to hold a public search for a groom for me. A public search for a groom? No, young Master Dongfang has already proposed to you. How can you hold a public search for a groom? Bai Yuer screamed. The beautiful woman's expression was ugly. She glared at Bai Yin Er and was filled with anger. Ignoring the angry look, Bai Yin said indifferently, Why not? If I, Bai Yin Er, want to marry someone, I naturally want to marry the most outstanding person. Could it be that this Dongfang Weiming does not live up to his name? Many of the elders present had a change of expression. Their expressions were filled with surprise and a trace of disapproval. If this was the case, the marriage would be complicated and they might even offend the Greater One sect. Bai Zhan pondered for a moment and raised his head to look at the elders in the main hall. Yes, I can agree to this. As for young Master Dongfang, if that Dongfang Weiming is sincere, he can naturally participate in the search for a groom. If he looks down on our Yin Er, there is no need for our Bai family to associate with such a marriage. Many of the elders from the diehard faction heard this and nodded in agreement. That's right. If he values our Bai family and has the strength, he naturally will not be afraid of the competition. If he does not live up to his name, our Bai family will not accept such a son-in-law. That's right, I agree. Patriarch's words make sense. Many of the elders expressed their opinions. Bai Yuer's eyes were extremely cold. She stared at Bai Yin, but could not do anything. For a moment, her beautiful face was covered with frost. Bai Zhan looked down. Yin, since you said that there will be a public search for a groom, then what do you think about the public search for a groom? Bai Zhan looked at Bai Yin dotingly. He had many sons and daughters, but the one he loved the most was still this daughter of his first wife. It was not only because this woman was entrusted with the affection of his late first wife. It was more because he owed her. For the Bai family, this daughter had sacrificed a lot. He was apologetic. If it was possible, as long as Bai Yin-er's request was not too much, he would agree. Seeing that Bai Zhan had spoken, a portion of the elders who were dissatisfied also stopped talking. No one wanted to anger the Patriarch at this time. Bai Yin seemed to be prepared and said indifferently, "My request is very simple. I need Father to set up a test. Anyone who wants to participate in the search for a groom will have to use 3 treasures to prove their sincerity, strength, and status. The first condition will be decided by me. As for the other 2, I need Father to invite some experts with sufficient status to judge. There's more." Chapter 963. 3 months later, there will be a public groom search. 3 conditions? 3 supreme treasures. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Qin Feng had already left the Bai mansion. 3 months was enough for him to break through to the World King realm in the law of space and search for treasures. His figure flashed and appeared in the restaurant. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes moved. The atmosphere in the restaurant was obviously not right. He saw a group of people on the ground surrounding Shi Han and Shi Tong. Leading them were 2 arrogant-looking youths. Both of them wore purple gold robes. Their auras were surging and their strength was tyrannical. Just by standing in the restaurant, a huge pressure that could suppress a radius of several hundred feet was born spontaneously. These were sages. Both of them were powerhouses above the sage realm. "Senior Brother Liu, I really didn't expect that we would have such a harvest just by casually helping Senior Brother Yiming. These 2 pure-blooded princesses, if we capture them and sell them to the Spirit Treasure Sect, I wonder how many pills and spiritual roots we can exchange for." A black-robed youth on the left asked the senior brother beside him. "That's right. These 2 demonesses are top-notch goods. If we capture them alive, whether we take them back to the sect for our own enjoyment or sell them to the Spirit Treasure Sect, it'll be a windfall." The leading senior brother, Liu, sneered. The aura of a 5th-level sage king emanated from his body. Countless diners in the restaurant rolled their eyes, unable to move at all. 2 sage masters, you must avenge me." At his feet, a pink-faced youth hugged his blood-stained lower body and let out a mournful and resentful scream. The 2 sages looked at each other, revealing a faint sneer in their eyes. They were both disciples of the Greater One sect. The Greater One sect was extremely powerful. Their territory was not in the 10 direction spirit regions, but in the central 99 regions. To the 10 great divine sects, places like the Longevity Spirit Region, the Myriad Stars Spirit Region, the Northern Spirit Region, and the Langus Spirit Region belonged to the Borderlands. Only the central 99 regions were the focus of the various sections. Generally speaking, the disciples of the 10 great divine sects disdained to enter the Borderlands. As for an existence like the pink-faced young master, in the eyes of the 2, he was completely an ant, even though this guy's identity was the legitimate son of another duke family in Tianshui City. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to use this family to get to know Bai Yin, collect information about this number 1 beauty of the Northern Spiritual Region, and find out why this girl was especially favored by Dongfang Weiming, Qin Feng couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to such a spoiled brat like the pink-faced youth. "Senior Brother Liu, I only want that woman in black." Junior Zhang stared at Shi Tong greedily. Senior Brother Liu glanced at the 2 women, and his eyes lit up when his gaze fell on Shi Han. "All right, I'll leave the little one to Junior Martial Brother. It would be impolite for me to refuse the big senior Martial Brother." The 2 of them laughed coldly, their eyes filled with lust. Shi Han's face was cold, but Shi Tong was furious. At this moment, The two women's expressions changed, and their faces revealed joy. Senior martial brother Liu and junior martial brother Zhang followed the two women's gazes and saw a black-clothed youth suddenly appear beside a table. Soundless. Even Zhang and Liu didn't notice when this black-clothed youth appeared. Young master, Shirhan and Shirtong bowed, and the two women came behind the black-clothed youth. These two demonesses actually have a master? A trace of gloominess flashed through the two's eyes. Senior martial brother Liu turned around and stared at Qin Feng. His eyes flickered, and he said, Liu Yin and Zhang Long of the Greater One sect greet you. I wonder what your relationship is with these two demonesses who kill and absorb the essence of living beings. Not only was his tone not afraid, but he first labeled Shirhan and Shirtong as demonesses, and his tone had a trace of questioning. It was as if he was denouncing them. At the same time, he named his backer, Greater One sect. Among the 72 orthodox profound sects, one of the top 10 divine sects, ranked 7th. If it were any other sect experts, upon hearing the three words Greater One sect, they might have some misgivings. Qin Feng sneered, and his expression didn't change as he glanced at the two of them. Then, Liu Yin and Zhang Long's eyes were filled with shock, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, their bodies turned into dust inch by inch, flying all over the sky. Dead. With just a glance, a 4th-level sage and a 5th-level holy king died without a sound. This scene left everyone in the private room dumbfounded. Shirtong was even more shocked. She knew that Qin Feng was very strong, but this was too unbelievable. Qin Feng's gaze swept over, and in the next moment, the dumbfounded youth in the restaurant also turned into dust without a sound. The power of the Supreme Realm's God, Law, was too strong. Not to mention a 5th-level Holy King, even a 7th-level Earth Sage couldn't withstand the impact of the God Law. Just moments after Liu Yin and Zhang Long had fallen. In the Longevity Spiritual Region, a long-haired, black-robed youth who was a guest at the Crimson Shao Sword sect felt something. Liu Yin and Zhang Long are dead? The black-robed youth's eyes were piercing with coldness. Senior brother Yin Ming, what's wrong? Opposite him, a red-robed, red-haired, brocade-robed youth with sword-like eyebrows raised his head and asked. The black-robed youth called Yin Ming raised his head and said, Junior brother Smelter, something has happened. It seems like I can't stay in the Crimson Shao Sword sect for long. The red-robed youth raised his eyebrows. Do you need me to help? Yin Ming shook his head. It's just a small matter. I won't trouble you. Goodbye. He cupped his hands slightly, and in a flash, he turned into a black light that streaked across the sky, disappearing into the distant horizon. The red-robed youth looked at the direction where the black-robed youth disappeared with a solemn expression. He thought to himself, this Yin Ming is indeed one of the top 10 true disciples of the Greater One sect. His unique nether law is clearly the combination of the death law, the soul law, and even the reincarnation law. He has cultivated all 3 laws to the 9th step of the heavenly sun realm. He only needs one last step to completely fuse them and turn them into a brand new law. Smelter's eyes flickered with red. But Yin Ming doesn't do anything without benefits. Seeing him in such a hurry, there must be something fishy. I might as well follow him quietly. Who knows, there might be some unexpected gains. His eyes flashed red, and flames flashed on his body. He silently followed the direction where Yin Ming disappeared and quickly disappeared. In an unknown space-time, after Qin Feng killed the 2 people from the Greater One sect, Shirhan and Shirtong followed the method taught by Qin Feng. One wielded the 9 Heavens Yang sword, the other wielded the 9 Heavens Yin sword, and successfully unlocked the secret hidden by the 9 Heavens Heavenly Lord. Under the fusion of the 2 ancient swords, an abnormally hidden coordinate was exposed. Rapidly shuttling through the space-time dimension, Qin Feng and the other 2 appeared in an unknown ruin in an instant. Chapter 964. The laws had infinite power. Even the future generations did not know how many laws there were in this vast world. However, the number of innate laws was at least 3,000. But Qin Feng was sure that new laws were being born almost every moment. The laws were not completely independent of each other. Some laws could complement each other. For example, the fusion of water and wood could give birth to a stronger Tai law. For example, the fusion of fire and wood could give birth to the Tai law. The fusion of time and space laws could also complement each other. The fusion of time and space laws could give birth to a stronger space-time law. However, the fusion of laws required a certain medium. Most of the complementary laws were water origin laws. Because water contained all things, it had a unique fusion nature. There was also the space law. The space law contained all things. Most experts would choose to comprehend the space law after they reached a certain level of cultivation. The heavenly lord of the nine clouds was a master of compound laws. His nine clouds law was exceptionally powerful. This law was formed by the fusion of three different laws: the elemental energy law, the space law, and the sword law. It was certain that the heavenly lord of the nine clouds mainly cultivated the elemental energy law and the sword law before he reached a certain level of cultivation. The first law of space was an unexpected gain that the heavenly lord of the nine clouds found when he fused the two laws. Relying on the first law of space, the heavenly lord of the nine clouds created the first sword art of the primordial era, the nine clouds annihilation sword art. This is the ruins left behind by the heavenly lord of the nine clouds. It looks very ordinary. Shamu looked around. This seemed to be the closest mansion to the star field. It floated in the starry sky. Looking up, one could see the nebula that seemed to be magnified. Rows upon rows of palaces were lined up neatly and neatly. Some of the halls even flickered with spiritual light. These halls seemed to be absorbing the chaos elemental energy from the depths of the endless void to maintain the seals in the halls. There were even mechanical puppets. The hidden danger was so great that even Qin Feng was shocked. One could foresee that without the nine clouds sword and the other two keys, there was no way to enter this secret vault hidden in the depths of the endless void. Could this be the legendary treasure trove of the heavenly lord of the nine clouds? Shirhan's expression sank slightly. She was more surprised in her heart. How did Qin Feng know the secret of the nine cloud sword? Moreover, he knew that only the Gemini star could open this secret treasure. Qin Feng shook his head. That's not it. This is just a courtyard that heavenly lord of the nine clouds casually created. After saying that, he looked at the layers of palaces and the spiritual light above them. There are some good things here, but they've already been plundered by others. This is just the self-sealed land of an ancient expert. Regarding the items in this secret vault, Qin Feng was very familiar with them. What? The self-sealed land of an ancient powerhouse? The two women looked at Qin Feng in shock. An ancient powerhouse. In the distant primordial era, too many great existences were born. This was the most legendary era in history. The experts who survived that era, no matter how weak they were probably unimaginable to ordinary existences. Young master, are you going to open the seal and release this person? Shirhan looked at Qin Feng. Yes, I'm going to release him. He has something on him that I must get, but not immediately. I need to go through the fourth decay of the heavenly being here. After that, I'll release him. Who is this person? Is he an old friend of yours? Shirhan looked at Qin Feng with her bright eyes. At this moment, Qin Feng was filled with endless mysteries. Qin Feng shook his head. This person is the successor of the heavenly lord of the nine clouds. This courtyard was also obtained by him. The original owner of the nine cloud sword in your hands was also him. This person is a very special ancient expert. In the primordial era, he was called the third sword ancestor. The third sword ancestor. The two women's expressions changed. The sword ancestor was a title that could only be obtained by the extreme sword path and the Deshang. There were only a few famous sword ancestors in the primordial era. Even the heavenly lord of the nine clouds, who created the number one sword art, was not qualified to be called a sword ancestor. The third sword ancestor was an ancient sword ancestor born at the end of the primordial era. Rumor has it that this third sword ancestor was born in the primordial sect, the Tai Sword sect. His aptitude was ordinary. In the early days, he was in dire straits and was often bullied by his peers. It seems that he obtained the legacy of the heavenly lord of the 9 clouds. That's how he soared to the heavens. Serene was enlightened. This third sword ancestor was known as the Tai Sword ancestor. He was very famous in the primordial era. He had even killed a heavenly son of the Tai sect. A true heavenly son of heaven was tyrannical. Even some demon gods might not be a match for an ancient heavenly son of heaven. This sword ancestor had killed an ancient heavenly son of heaven. It was enough to see how terrifying Deshang's cultivation was. Shirtong was shocked. At that time, the Tai sect was no weaker than the current Greater One sect. Moreover, they had an ancient heavenly son of heaven. But all the experts of the Tai sect were killed. That's how the sword ancestor got his name. There was a trace of doubt on Shirhan's face. Young master, rumor has it that the third sword ancestor is cold and ruthless. Not only did he destroy his own sect, his subordinates also slaughtered countless primordial experts. He also destroyed the immemorial heavenly son of heaven, Emperor Yun. If we let him out, I'm afraid Shirhan stopped talking. Although she did not continue, she did not hide her worry. Shirtong was startled and hurriedly looked at Qinfeng. Would it be a blessing or a curse to let such a terrifying person out? Qinfeng took in the two women's expressions and was puzzled. In the later generations, there were experts who studied the third sword ancestor. Most experts believed that the third sword ancestor was not as cold and ruthless as he appeared to be. Moreover, after some experts deduced and found some evidence, they could prove that the third sword ancestor was actually a dull but kind-hearted person in the early days. The reason for this change was because he had obtained the legacy of the heavenly lord of the 9 clouds. It was all because of a woman. No one would have thought that the third sword ancestor was not as cold and ruthless as everyone thought. Rather, he was a man of emotions. It's only because his sword heart was damaged that he behaved so crazily and ruthlessly. Qinfeng shook his head and tossed aside these distracting thoughts. In short, it didn't matter if the third sword ancestor was cold and ruthless. He had a way to move him. In fact, Qinfeng imagined that the third sword ancestor would be the most important helper of the Silver Moon Queen in the future. But before that, he had to pass through the 4th celestial decay and become a world king. Only then could he find a way to keep this strong helper. There's more to come. Chapter 965. After giving some instructions to the two sisters, he left them some pills and spiritual items for their cultivation. Qinfeng then found a main hall that was filled with restrictions and stepped into it. After adjusting for 7 days, Qinfeng released the aura of a 7th Order Earth Saint. Gradually, an invisible force was drawn out from his body. The 4th Heaven's Blight had descended. The 4th Heaven's Blight was the Heaven's Blight of the Saint's soul. This tribulation could be divided into 4 steps: Law Descent, Great Tao Comprehension, Tao Heart Tempering, and finally, Endless Backlash. The first step was for the Saint's soul to enter a sea of space law. The second step was to comprehend the Great Tao and condense a space world king crystal core as soon as possible. The third step, Tao Heart Tempering, referred to being able to restrain one's mind from being captivated by the mysteries of the laws. At the same time, during the process of comprehending the Great Tao, the consumption of the Saint's soul would become extremely fast. Once one lost themselves in the mysteries of the Great Tao, it would be very easy to completely transform into nothingness. This was not all. During the process of comprehending the laws, the 5 poisons would erupt 10 times or even 100 times, causing the Saint's soul to decay and become powerless. Next was the 4th step, Endless Backlash. Endless Backlash was the backlash of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. Many experts would collapse due to the backlash, and their Saint's soul would fall into the Great Tao, unable to return and perish. Qinfeng's foundation was abnormally tyrannical. During the 4th Heaven's Blight, he had already felt the descent of the space law. The space law was like a great river, without beginning or end. It was unknown how long it was, but as it entered his body, Qin Feng's saint body greedily absorbed the power of the space law. At a visible rate, every muscle, meridian, and bone in his saint body began to transform as they absorbed the aura of the space law. They became even more mysterious, as if they were compatible with the space law. At the same time, his saint's soul flew into a great river formed by the space law. Qin Feng's saint's soul was very strong. His saint's soul was tyrannical, and it already contained a trace of the aura of a supreme god. The space law he absorbed at every moment was nearly 100 times, no, 1,000 times more. The majestic space law was being analyzed by him, turned into nourishment, and fused into his saint soul. Every moment, hundreds and thousands of space laws were fused into his saint soul. Qin Feng could clearly feel his own improvement in the control of space. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Only when crossing tribulation would one have such a lucky chance. The laws were exposed in front of one's eyes. As the saint's soul sank into the sea of laws and expanded rapidly, an invisible intoxication made his saint's soul dizzy. It was as if the temptation of the laws in front of him had increased by 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. At the same time, because his saint's soul was exposed to the laws, his 5 essences and 6 desires became restless, almost tearing his saint's soul apart. There were also layers of decaying energy shrouding it, causing the saint's soul's spiritual light to dissipate and become abnormally dim. This was the tempering of the third step's Tao heart. As the ancestor of the inner demons, Qin Feng's Tao heart had been tempered to the point of being indestructible since a long time ago. So, such a change was practically unable to shake his mind at all. His Tao heart had always been sparkling and translucent, emanating an immortal and indestructible brilliance. After an unknown period of time, when Qin Feng's saint's soul felt full and had a feeling of indigestion, Qin Feng took the initiative to wake up from the analysis of the laws. At this time, the outer layer of his saint's soul was dark. Although its power was 100 times, no, 1,000 times stronger than before, most of it was filled with decaying and declining energy. In the fluctuations of power, the unmoving river of space laws seemed to set off wave after wave of waves. Qin Feng felt that the laws that his saint's soul could accommodate had reached its limit. If he continued to forcibly absorb them, he was afraid that something bad would happen. Although Qin Feng was greedy for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he knew that he couldn't be greedy at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Boom! The final test of the fourth 5 decay of the heavenly being began. Pucci! It was as if several heavenly dragons had suddenly been stuffed into Qin Feng's body. A huge force brutally destroyed his internal organs, bones, meridians, and even the most important true aperture. Boom! It was as if a bomb had exploded from the inside. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew out. They landed on the walls of the main hall. Qin Feng didn't seem to feel anything. The final endless backlash of the fourth 5 decay of the heavenly being was the easiest for him to pass. His physical body cultivated the 8 desolation indestructible heaven scripture. It was the 8 desolation indestructible body and the ancestral dragon body. Furthermore, it was constantly being nurtured by the supreme divine core. It already had the initial characteristics of a demon god's body. This level of backlash was extremely easy for him. The backlash of the boundless laws was completely resisted by Qin Feng's exaggerated fleshly body. Following this final test, Qin Feng forcefully endured it. Enveloped by the power of the blight tribulations, the decaying saint's soul began to recover little by little as the fourth blight tribulation passed. His Tao heart emitted a sparkling light, expelling the decaying and dim aura from his saint's soul. 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. Finally, The power of decay and decay that came from the boundless void laws devouring his saint's soul faded away. When his saint's soul completely got rid of the endless backlash, Qin Feng's saint's soul inevitably underwent a mysterious change. His entire saint's soul seemed to fly out of his body and suddenly merged with the chaos world. It merged with the chaos heavenly Tao at the core of the chaos world. Qin Feng even felt that his body had transformed into an extremely huge chaos world. The true power in his body changed. It was no longer the primordial law true power, but the power of a primordial world king. This was the power of a world king. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with an extremely comfortable groan. An extremely huge power was nurturing and transforming in his body. This was the true essence of a world king. He stretched out a hand, and a wisp of extremely condensed power appeared. This wisp of power seemed to nurture an extremely huge world community, and a wisp of power blasted out. It seemed to be able to flatten 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The power in his body was still rapidly transforming and growing. A space world king's crystal core appeared. The terrifying thing was that this crystal core had 24 sides as soon as it appeared. An incomparably harmonious power circulated in the space world king's crystal core, becoming one with the world king's sacred body. Rumble. Qin Feng felt that if he breathed slightly, it would transform into an extremely terrifying law divine thunder. If he breathed out, it would transform into a law divine wind. If he waved his hand, it would shake the heavens. Compared to the current me, the former world king is simply too weak. Qin Feng's body revealed an extremely rich spiritual light. As it spread out, the entire hall's restrictions, which were enough to block a supreme, shattered layer by layer. The Chaos World's foundation was too huge. Even an ancient world king would be considered heaven-defying if they had an ordinary large country at this stage. The Chaos World within his body was now completely comparable to a country of a first-rate sect that had existed for hundreds of eras. At this time, Qin Feng felt that even if he didn't use the power of a Water Supreme, just his own strength alone was enough to contend with the Supreme. There's more to come. Chapter 966. World King, the Master of a World. Before becoming a World King, one would never understand just how powerful a World King was. After Qin Feng became a World King, the Chaos World seemed to fuse with him. The World King laws surged forth. Every move he made was enough to kill a ninth-step Saint Son of Heaven. The Chaos World was far too powerful. If it weren't for him cultivating the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll and possessing the innate ancestral dragon body, Qin Feng might not have been able to contain such an inconceivable amount of power. 2 months later, Qin Feng walked out of the hall. Most of the seals had been destroyed by the leaked energy. At this moment, he had completely grasped the World King laws. Luckily, he was once a half-step Thunder Demon god. If it were an ordinary World King, they would need several years, decades, or even decades to fully grasp the power of a World King. Qin Feng wasn't excited because he had crossed the 4th calamity. On the contrary, his heart was heavy. Compared to the previous 4 Devas' decay, the 5th Deva's decay was far more dangerous than the previous 4 combined. The 5th Deva's decay was the decline of the Tao heart. The decline of the Tao heart was different from the previous 4 Deva tribulations. It could descend at any moment. It could happen when a cultivator was cultivating. It could happen when a cultivator was comprehending the laws. It could even happen when a cultivator was fighting. This calamity was nearly impossible to guard against. The only way to survive this calamity was to temper one's Tao heart. The other way was to entrust one's destiny to the illusory world. If one was lucky, success would follow. If one was unlucky, one would turn to ashes. Bang! As the hall opened, Shi Tong and Shi Han looked up. At this time, a dignified black-clothed youth with shoulder-length black hair walked out of the hall. With just a glance, The two girls knew that Qin Feng had likely crossed the fourth day of tribulation. Although it was just a glance, the mysteries of the laws exuding from Qin Feng's body were over 100 times richer than before. The rich laws emitted from Qin Feng made him seem like a mass of invisible light. If it weren't for him restraining a portion of the power of laws, the two girls wouldn't have been able to see his figure. He was like a rich son. "Congratulations, young master." Shirhan had a complicated look in her eyes. Seeing Qin Feng's strength increase so much with her own eyes was an indescribable and wonderful shock to her. "Same to you." Qin Feng smiled. Zhang Xian's gaze shifted to the main hall at the side of the stairs. He turned around and walked up the jade steps. The steps took 18 turns, and there was a path at the side of each step. This secret realm was not small. Furthermore, there were layers of faint white clouds that could confuse one's divine sense. Walking on the fish-white stairs, there seemed to be no end to it. However, all these methods had confused Qin Feng. Not long after, 3 figures appeared on a smooth flight of stairs. On one side of the stairs was a floating bridge connected to a row of palaces. The height of the bridge was undulating, as if it was floating on a cliff in the sea of clouds. It was an extremely steep cliff. Qin Feng and the other two appeared on the floating jade bridge. Shi Tong and Shi Han stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes scanned the rows of halls. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. It was also Qin Feng's first time in this secret realm. In the records of later generations, this secret realm belonged to the Golden Emperor by Qing Yu. However, Qin Feng had done a lot of research on secret realms. Back then, in order to break through to the final divine position, he had entered countless secret realms, regardless of whether they were abandoned or not. For this, he had read countless ancient books about secret realms. Like a veteran tomb raider, once he entered an ancient noble tomb, he would be able to see the structure of the tomb and even the layout of the tomb with just a glance. He knew where the traps were, where the main tomb was, and where the main tomb was. After a while, Qin Feng's gaze landed on a low and inconspicuous hall. He looked at the hall. Shi Tong was puzzled. Is the third sword ancestor sealed himself in this hall? It doesn't look like it. Isn't this hall a little too ordinary? Qin Feng continued the conversation with a smile. He glanced at the black-clothed girl and said, "The mountain is not high, but the Tao is famous. The water is not deep, but the dragon is spiritual. Moreover, the third sword ancestor is not a wasteful person." Qin Feng's gaze landed on the 2 stone guards at the side of the hall. His gaze landed on the scabbards at the waist of the 2 guards. He signaled to the 2 girls with his eyes. The 2 girls understood and took out the 9 heavens yin-yang sword. At the same time, they put the 2 swords into the scabbards at the waist of the guards. Sizzle. Under the gazes of the 3 of them, outside the door of the hall, wisps of sword chi that could split heaven and earth disappeared like lightning. Countless green sword chi could be seen disappearing from the door. They actually set up such a terrifying sword chi on the door. Shi Tong's face turned pale. Such a terrifying sword chi did not need a wisp. Just a little bit was enough to pierce through her natal inner world. With such sword chi, even a supreme martial artist would not be able to bear the consequences if he tried to break in. This is the primordial ruins. Most of these primordial ruins were set up by some primordial experts with a purpose. Most of them were to protect some important things, seal themselves, or pass down their legacies. If one does not have the ability to break into these primordial ruins, one would be courting death. Qin Feng said casually, "If you do not have the strength of a 7th-level Earth Saint or above, even if you find the primordial ruins yourself, do not enter rashly." As he spoke, Qin Feng came to the door of the hall in a few steps. With a push of his hands, the door creaked open. The hall was extremely simple and crude. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the center of the hall. A huge oval-shaped stone that was 30 feet tall and had a diameter that would require a dozen people to wrap their arms around appeared before their eyes. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the foot of the oval-shaped stone. Countless strange runes were faintly discernible at the foot of the oval-shaped stone. These runes seemed to be able to communicate with the entire secret realm, allowing the Yuan Qi in the secret realm to flow through the runes into the oval-shaped stone in the center. Looking at the stone, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. His guess was right. The third sword ancestor had sealed himself in this hall. The third sword ancestor's true body is sealed in this ordinary stone. Behind him, the black-robed girl, Shi Tong, also looked at the stone. This is not an ordinary stone. It's a primordial heavenly stone. Shirhan's eyes flickered with a strange light as she stared at the stone. Primordial heavenly stone? How is that possible? Shi Tong could not help but stare at the stone in a daze. The primordial heavenly stone was said to be the essence of primordial heavenly qi. It was a divine object formed by the fusion of the essence of the sun and moon. This kind of object contained an endless amount of primordial heavenly qi. If an expert sealed himself in it, he would have to worry about losing his lifespan. This kind of treasure had always existed only in legends. This was a top-grade, primordial heavenly stone. However, when they recalled that the self-proclaimed third sword ancestor was among the primordial heavenly stones, the two girls immediately felt relieved. The third sword ancestor. Qin Feng walked closer, and his gaze landed on the stone. This primordial heavenly stone was abnormally sturdy and had some kind of indestructible attribute. Ordinary divine weapons would not be able to break it. However, this was not a problem for Qin Feng. But now that things had come to a head, Qin Feng was a little hesitant. The primordial heavenly stones were not to be underestimated. Once released, they would be the most powerful opponents to break through to the godhood realm. Once a terrifying primordial heavenly stone like the third sword ancestor broke through the seal, he would have the ability to break through to the godhood realm in less than a year. Between heaven and earth, there were only a limited number of godhoods. One less godhood realm meant that the chances of breaking through to the godhood realm would decrease by several tenths. Chapter 9:67. The Third Sword Ancestor, an ancient figure who dominated the primordial age for several eras, needs to sleep to escape the tribulation of an era. Shirhan's beautiful face was filled with a touch of soul-stirring complexity. Qin Feng glanced at Shirhan. After a while, he turned around. No matter how talented you are, even if you're the overlord of an era, you can't escape the tribulation of an era if you can't attain the Tao divine position. Even someone like the third sword ancestor who has killed a demon god will have a slim chance of surviving the tribulation of an era. That is the final tribulation of an era that eliminates the experts of the previous era. The tribulation of an era. This was an unknown that was born during the turn of an era, and it had an unpredictable ending. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, as long as one didn't attain the Tao divine position, they couldn't escape this tribulation of heaven and earth. This tribulation of heaven and earth was much more terrifying than the 5 decay of heaven and earth. It was also known as the end of an era tribulation. Regardless of how strong or weak one was, as long as they encountered the turn of an era, they would have to survive this tribulation. After surviving this tribulation, their lifespan would be extended, and they would be able to enter the next era. If they couldn't, they would turn into ashes. However, it wasn't impossible to avoid the tribulation of an era. For example, the third sword ancestor sealed himself to avoid the detection of heaven and earth. This is the seal of the primordial spiritual stone. The primordial spiritual stone is as hard as some defensive treasures. How can it be broken? Shi Tong had tried to use weapons to attack the primordial spiritual stone, but it was extremely hard. Even a mid-heaven true weapon didn't hurt the primordial spiritual stone at all. Shi Tong frowned and looked at Qin Feng. When Qin Feng saw Shirhan's gaze, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "Shirhan, what do you think?" Hearing this, Shi Tong immediately turned to look at Shirhan. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Shirhan pondered for a while and said slowly while looking at the primordial spiritual stone, "Young master, in my opinion, This primordial spiritual stone isn't suitable for weapons. Perhaps you could try to use the 5 elements principle of mutual promotion and suppression, or the Tao of yin and yang, to break it. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately smiled. Shirhan was extraordinarily intelligent. You're partially right, but this kind of god stone can't use the normal principle of mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements. This divine stone was nurtured by a type of innate yuan qi. It's an innate object, but the principle of mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements makes it an acquired object. How can an acquired object break through an innate divine stone? Shirhan nodded with a strange look in her eyes. Qin Feng was clearly giving advice to the 2 sisters. Such knowledge and experience, if it was in some other sex, would be considered a secret of some sex, and there would be no place to learn it even if they wanted to. After saying that, Qin Feng stretched out a hand. A wisp of agile water light appeared above his 5 fingers. Vaguely, it was as if the heaven and earth were illuminated by the moonlight, clear and bright. The grand moon primordial water, one of the 9 great connate primordial waters. Shirhan's eyes narrowed suddenly. There was a flash of fire in her eyes. Young master, are you trying to use the method of reversing the 5 elements to break the seal of the primordial god stone? This time it was Shirtong who spoke. The black-robed girl's almond-shaped eyes lit up. That's right, this primordial god stone is not afraid of any divine weapons, nor is it afraid of the yin-yang transformation technique. Other than using brute force to trigger the 3rd sword ancestor, there is another way to break the seal, and that is to use the connate primordial water. Streaks of connate primordial water flowed into the giant stone like a clear stream. Under the curious gazes of the 2 ladies, the previously solid and immortal stone softened inch by inch, turning into a mud-like substance of spiritual energy that dissipated like water. Looking at the melting giant stone, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a light sigh. If it were not for the Queen of Silver Moon, he would never have released these immemorial existences. Looking at the Xiantian Yuan Qi that was dispersing like melting snow, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light as he said indifferently, "This is the connate gung metal qi. You can absorb some of it. Whether it's refining a sword embryo or refining a true weapon, it will have miraculous effects." Hearing this, Shirtong's expression changed. She stretched out a hand, and a formless shadow ancient sword slowly appeared in her hand. Formless shadow thorn. Qin Feng glanced at Shirtong. Cultivating the law of shadows, Shirtong was practically the king of assassins. The formless shadow thorn was sinister, stealthy, and indestructible. It was cursed with poison. Even a sage would be cursed by the formless shadow thorn if they were stabbed. It would damage the sage's body. Shirhan's expression did not change as she watched the connate gung metal qi being absorbed and refined by Shirtong. After absorbing the connate gung metal qi, the formless shadow thorn became even sharper, emitting a terrifying aura that could pierce through heaven and earth. Shirtong's face lit up with joy. She could feel that her natal artifact was evolving continuously. In just a few moments, an immortal divine seal was formed. The Shadow Immortal Divine Seal. It evolved from an Hotion True artifact to an intermediate Heavenly True artifact. Its power increased tremendously. If she could refine all the connate gung metal qi in this divine stone, she would be able to evolve into an immemorial artifact. In terms of power, connate true artifacts and immemorial artifacts were on par. However, connate true artifacts were born from the spiritual veins of heaven and earth. They were connate artifacts. At this moment, in the middle of the hall, as the boulder melted, a young man with a huge sword in hand and a red cape draped over his shoulders slowly walked out. He was dressed in golden armor and had his eyes closed. He wasn't handsome, but he was pleasing to the eye. His sharp eyebrows carried the soaring cloud sword intent. He looked to be in his late 20s, and his pitch-black hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall. He looked like a mortal, no different from an ordinary martial artist. Only Qin Feng could sense the terrifying sword radiance contained within the sword progenitor's body. Qin Feng saw his eyebrows trembling. He's about to wake up. Shi Tong and Shi Han's expressions changed slightly as they walked behind Qin Feng. Boom! The third sword progenitor suddenly opened his eyes. Qin Feng's expression changed as he suddenly felt a terrifying sword radiance that could tear apart heaven and earth. This wasn't an attack by the third sword progenitor, but an instinctive attack after he woke up. The sharp sword intent seemed to have materialized as it transformed into a white light that swept through every inch of the void. Qin Feng felt that his body and even the chaotic world were about to be split into two by this sword radiance. It was indescribably terrifying, as if even the space-time couldn't withstand the sharpness of this sword radiance. He's so strong. Just an instinctive thought when he woke up could easily kill me. Qin Feng's expression changed. The supreme water element energy in his body surged, and 1,000 leaves water god's black lotus bloomed layer by layer before him. The black lotus flowers were shattered and withered by the sword radiance. The sharp sword radiance seemed to be able to destroy the heavens with a single strike. It came devouring. Qin Feng shielded Shi Han and Shi Tong as he retreated step by step. His expression changed again and again as countless black lotus petals were chopped off. The sword radiance went deep into the petals and was less than 3 feet away from him before it was neutralized by the 1,000 leaves water god's black lotus. Qin Feng's back was drenched in cold sweat. Even a third step supreme might not be able to break through the defense of the 1,000 leaves water god's black lotus with an all-out attack. The third sword progenitor only revealed a tiny bit of power after waking up, but it almost killed the 3 of them. There's more later. Chapter 968. Dugu Xie. If you don't stop now, no one will be able to save you Ning Xiang for you. Qin Feng roared furiously as he looked at the waves of sword light that were like endless tides. These sword rays were no ordinary sword rays. They were sword rays formed by the sword god's law, and each of them was powerful enough to kill an ordinary supreme being. The power of the primal chaos world was injected into the 1,000 leaves water god's black lotus, and layers of black lotus petals flew out from his body to block the sword rays. Xiang. In the center of the palace, the third sword ancestor's youthful face finally showed some expression. His eyes were opened, and there was a hint of intelligence in them, as if his divine sense had been completely awakened. A vast power was awakened, and it was as if the entire 9 heavens divine treasure contained a terrifying sword ray that was powerful enough to shatter the entire divine treasure. In Qin Feng's eyes, the dense sword god's law turned into a terrifying solid state, and sword rays flowed around him. Even the innate divine sword was not as sharp as this sword ray. Wang. The 9 heavens yin-yang sword in Shi Han's and Shi Tong's hands trembled violently, and in the next moment, it broke free from the 2 ladies' wrists and flew out, turning into 2 divine lights, one green and one purple. In the palace, the 2 divine lights merged into one and turned into an innate, inextinguishable divine light. In the next moment, they turned back into a sword and landed in the third sword ancestor's hand. The sword innate, inextinguishable divine light gave birth to an innate divine sword. Qin Feng's expression abruptly changed as a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he discovered that the terrifying sword qi that was like a tidal wave had abruptly vanished. Hoo-hoo! Qin Feng's chest rose and fell rapidly. He realized that in just an instant, half of the primal chaos world's power had been depleted. If this continued, the world treasure would be destroyed, and he would die. Are you the ones who woke me up? The third sword ancestor retracted his gaze. If his gaze was like a sword that could destroy the world, then his gaze now was like a 1,000-year-old rock. He closed his eyes, and after a moment, his eyes flickered, and he said in surprise, "What a rich heaven and earth fate! Is this another great era?" A stream of light flickered in his eyes, and strands of extraordinary splendor appeared. Although the third sword ancestor was an expert from the primordial era, He rose to power at the end of the primordial era. By the time his cultivation reached the Deshang level, the deity position of heaven and earth had already been taken. Although he had the ability to slaughter demon gods, he had missed out on the throne. However, with the strength of the third sword ancestor, Dugu Xie, even if he missed out on a great opportunity, he would still be able to transcend and seal himself. I didn't take the risk to proclaim myself as the Sword Tao chief god in vain. As this thought flashed through his mind, the third sword ancestor looked at the three people in the hall. The two women were nothing. Although they had noble bloodlines, their strength was nothing more than ants in his eyes. However, that black-clothed youth was indeed extraordinary. His bone age was less than 20 years old, but his cultivation was shocking. Supreme Realm. No, it was the water supremacy stage. Furthermore, he had the aura of the ancestral dragon. However, the water supremacy stage should only be his secondary cultivation. His main cultivation should be the law of space. Looks like he's a peerless genius born in this era. The third sword ancestor revealed a strange look. In the primordial era, there were very few people who could reach the supreme realm at such a young age unless they had the direct bloodline of demon gods. Who are you? You don't look like you obtained the 9-cloud sword by chance. Instead, you seem to know that I've sealed myself here. Very few people know that I've sealed myself here. It seems that other than the records in the 9-cloud sword sect, no one else should know that I've sealed myself here. The third sword ancestor's eyes were indifferent. However, you don't have the aura of the 9-cloud sword sect on you. You're not from the 9-cloud sword sect. Qin Feng regained his composure. Since the third sword ancestor had withdrawn his sword intent, it meant that his last sentence had been effective. Hearing this, he immediately spoke. Although the 9-cloud sword sect was one of the 72 orthodox profound sects in the primordial era, the 9-cloud sword sect has long been destroyed. Now, only the Crimson Cloud Sword sect remains. The reason why I know that you've sealed yourself here is that I happen to obtain a part of the 9-cloud sword sect's opportunities. Qin Feng's eyes were natural. Of course, he could not say that he came from the Age of Doom and knew many secrets of the Golden World. Has the 9-cloud sword sect been destroyed? The third sword ancestor frowned and thought to himself, no wonder the power of the sword Tao nomological laws has become so weak after so many years. No, I clearly feel that the sword Tao is flourishing in the Spirit Sea continent now. The sword Tao nomological laws are very powerful and even have various branches. Qin Feng did not know what the third sword ancestor was thinking. However, judging from his expression, he was most likely adapting to the laws of this era or even thinking about something else. Qin Feng looked calm. If it were an ordinary primordial era expert, Qin Feng would not have let them out if he did not understand their nature. However, Qin Feng had a lot of confidence in this third sword ancestor. Qin Feng said, Sword ancestor, don't hesitate. It's a golden era now, and it will also be an unprecedented era in the Spirit Sea continent. The third sword ancestor's eyes flickered slightly. Just as Qin Feng said, this era had just begun. Countless providence had gathered, and the deity positions were as many as the stars. There were so many deity positions that even the third sword ancestor was shocked. Moreover, unexpectedly, there were many deity positions that were connected to the sword Tao providence. That was the fruit of countless eras and the convergence of countless sword Tao providence. He sensed it slightly, and a few of the sword Tao deity positions immediately shook like stars and were about to fall and fuse into his body. However, that was not what he wanted. If it was just the deity positions, he could have directly attained the Tao in the 10 great primordial eras. His gaze landed on Qin Feng. Young man, you seem to know me very well and know my relationship with you, Ningxiang. You also know why I seal myself. Then, you should know what I'm thinking now. A huge pressure fell on his heart. Crisis, a huge crisis. Qin Feng felt as if he could see the anger of heaven and earth and the gloominess of the sky. Qin Feng's body sank, but his expression was very calm. Qin Feng naturally knows about Qin Feng's long-cherished wish. Senior, There are only two reasons why you sealed yourself. One is to wait for the Sword Dao law to mature, and the other is to revive your former Dao companion, Yuning Xiang. Qin Feng's expression was calm. Yuning Xiang, the owner of this name, was the key to Qin Feng's persuasion of the Third Sword Ancestor. The Third Sword Ancestor was very strong. He was so strong that he could easily kill the ancient Son of Heaven. Even the powerful true gods who ascended to the deity positions had to retreat and be cautious of him. No one could gain the favor of the Third Sword Ancestor. Even if a true god came to beg him, he would not be moved. However, the owner of this name could. In Qin Feng's memory, the Metal Emperor by Qingyu was able to revive the Third Sword Ancestor's former Dao companion, Yuning Xiang. Because of that, she ascended all the way until she attained the metal elemental deity position and became an innate metal god. There's more later. Chapter 969. Yuning Xiang wasn't a person. She was a 10,000-year-old water jade in the depths of the North Sea. The Third Sword Ancestor, Dugu Xie, was also chased by someone and accidentally entered the underwater palace. Dugu Xie's rise was largely due to this 10,000-year-old water jade that transformed into a goddess. At the same time, the destruction of the Tai-Bai sword sect was also largely due to this goddess. Yuning Xiang was already dead. According to Qin Feng's knowledge, she was indirectly killed by the immemorial Emperor Yun of the Tai-Bai sword sect. If not for the enmity between them, Dugu Shursen would not have changed his name to Dugu Xie, and the destruction of the Tai-Bai sword sect and the fall of the Cloud Emperor would not have happened. The Tai-Bai sword sect's extreme joy turned into sorrow. They originally thought that with an immemorial emperor, the sect would be able to run rampant for at least an era. Unfortunately, because they had bet on the wrong treasure, not only was the Cloud Emperor killed, but the sect was also destroyed. Qin Feng remembered clearly. This goddess had already been beaten back to her original form, and only a trace of her soul was left. Dugu Xie sealed it in the water jade and nurtured it, hoping that she would be reborn one day. The Golden Emperor by Qingyu had found a heavenly treasure from a foreign land's water vein to revive Yuning Xiang. That treasure seemed to be called the Heart of the Ocean. In a foreign land called the World of Gods, it was an unparalleled heavenly treasure formed by the essence of an upper true god called the Goddess of the Ocean. There was not only one spirit sea realm in the heavens. There were thousands of realms, but most of them were weak and could not be compared to the spirit sea continent, which could give birth to heaven and earth demon gods, and even main gods. The world of gods was an exception. It was a mysterious and huge world, and its power was not inferior to the spirit sea continent. It was even more mysterious than the spirit sea realm. Compared to the spirit sea realm, the world of gods was the territory of the elemental gods. A type of power called magic and battle energy prevailed there. It was a different system. In history, there were many things from the world of gods that accidentally arrived in the spirit sea realm. Some of them even had a profound impact on the spirit sea realm. For example, the Heart of the Ocean. This item was a top-notch water-type divine item. You see things very clearly. I don't know why you know so much about me, but you should know that the more you know about certain things, the more it may not be beneficial to some people. A sharp sword light flashed across the Third Sword Ancestor's eyes. Whether it was the Sword Dao laws or the condensed jade incense, they were all his exclusive possessions. What Qin Feng knew was enough to make him want to kill him. Qin Feng saw a flash of coldness in the Third Sword Ancestor's eyes. Sword Ancestor, there's no need to worry. It might not be a good thing for some people to know too much, but that absolutely doesn't include me, who can save your Dao companion. In my opinion, this is a win-win situation. I will help Senior Sword Ancestor save Goddess Ning Xiang, and Senior will repay me a little. Qin Feng shrugged. His expression was calm, and he didn't seem to be intimidated by the killing intent in the Third Sword Ancestor's eyes. It was like walking on a tightrope over a cliff. One wrong step, and he would be smashed to pieces. This was the lightest price to pay. This was a transaction with an existence above the true God realm. The third sword ancestor only needed a single thought to kill him. This exchange of words was even more difficult than a battle of life and death. The third sword ancestor stared at the black-robed youth. He saw confidence in the black-robed youth. There wasn't a trace of arrogance, nervousness, or panic. This confidence didn't make him feel a trace of disgust. Instead, it made him throb a little. The youth before him had a good grasp of the situation. The condensed jade incense was his eternal regret. Even if he became the so-called third sword ancestor, this regret would never go away. He had sealed himself partly for the Sword Dao laws and partly for the condensed jade incense. Why should I believe you? The third sword ancestor stared coldly at Qin Feng. A huge sword intent rose. Qin Feng and the other two's expressions changed. They felt a chill run down their spines as a great threat descended. If anything went wrong, the three of them would be crushed under this wave of pressure. Based on my understanding of your past, said Qin Feng calmly as he stood in front of Shi Han and Shi Tong, withstanding the pressure from the two of them. I know that Dugushir-san was injured by Emperor Yun. All his meridians were broken, and even his soul was on the verge of dissipating. It was the condensed jade incense that sacrificed herself and turned the 10,000-year water jade into vitality. It nourished your meridians and helped your soul return to its origin, pulling you back from the brink of death. Qin Feng spoke frankly with assurance. As he spoke, the sword intent from the third sword ancestor grew sharper and sharper. Shi Han and Shi Tong felt that Qin Feng was adding fuel to the fire. The third sword ancestor was expressionless. However, the three of them knew that the anger in his heart was rising like a tsunami. Once it erupted, it would shake the heavens and earth. He's dead. Of all things Qin Feng could say, why did he have to say such taboo things? Shi Tong's face was pale as she complained to Qin Feng in her heart. However, regarding the secret that Qin Feng grasped, his heart was endlessly shaken. This kind of secret information of a powerhouse, he could just open his mouth and talk about it, as if he had experienced it himself. She sacrificed her own spirituality, soul, and essence to give you a chance of survival. However, her own essence was greatly damaged, and the spirituality in her soul dissipated. All that was left was a remnant of her soul that you tried to protect. This remnant of her soul is extremely fragile. Even if you sealed yourself and used your own strength to nourish it, I'm afraid it won't last long. Qin Feng raised his head and said, Sword Ancestor, is this kid right? The third sword ancestor had an indifferent expression. He looked deeply at Qin Feng and said indifferently, Young man, your guess is correct. I've been using my own essence qi to nurture Xiang all these years. Unfortunately, even though I've sealed myself for an entire era, I can't nurture and revive her. Instead, her spirituality is deteriorating day by day. What method do you have? Tell me directly. If you can revive Xiang, you can raise any conditions. If I could revive Xiang, the third sword ancestor's eyes were cold and piercing. Sword ancestor, it's actually not difficult to revive your wife. Qin Feng shook his head and interrupted the third sword ancestor's words. Not difficult. The third sword ancestor was so angry that he laughed. He had sealed himself for more than 100 eras and used countless elixirs. He had even used elixirs that nourished the soul. However, he still couldn't revive Yu Ningxiang. He had even heard that the soul of a true god had a strange power. He had even killed many true gods, taken their souls, and asked some top alchemists to transform them into medicinal qi. There was no lack of top alchemists, 8th-grade alchemists, and even 9th-grade alchemists. However, Yu Ningxiang's remnant soul hadn't shown any signs of improvement. In fact, it was slowly deteriorating. Did this mean that these ancient peerless experts were all good-for-nothings? Qin Feng said to himself, Actually, Lord Sword Ancestor is looking in the wrong direction. Your wife has dissipated her essence, qi, and spirit, and even her saint's soul brand has been torn apart. She is extremely weak. Lord Sword Ancestor's essence contains unimaginable vitality and has incredible effects. However, for your wife, it is more like poison than a tonic. Qin Feng said slowly when he saw the third sword ancestor's expression change. She is too weak to withstand such nourishment. Chapter 970. As soon as he said that, the huge god rule fluctuation paused slightly, showing the hesitation in the third sword ancestor's heart. Qin Feng's words were not without reason. Yu Ningxiang's essence, energy, and spirit were scattered. Any tonic, even the lowest grade of yellow-grade spiritual medicine, might not be able to withstand it for her. What do you think? The third sword ancestor looked at Qin Feng with some hope in his eyes. Qin Feng said firmly, "Providence. Only Providence can save her." Providence? The third sword ancestor's eyes lit up faintly. As a primordial sword ancestor, his knowledge was extraordinary. When he heard Qin Feng's words, he knew that he might have found the right method. If I'm not wrong, she should be cultivating water-type techniques. In that case, we can use water-type providence to save her. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He was not prepared to reveal the heart of the ocean for the time being. To him, this treasure was irreplaceable. If he could obtain this treasure, he would only be half a step away from the water origin deity position. As for saving Yu Ningxiang, Qin Feng did not necessarily need the heart of the ocean. As a former level 9 drug deity, Qin Feng was confident that he would not be wrong. Water-type providence? The third sword ancestor frowned. Providence was the most illusory and difficult to grasp. Even at his level of cultivation and not far from becoming a lord, he was not prepared to touch providence. As the ancestor of sword principle, it was not difficult to gather providence of sword principle. However, gathering providence of water type would be difficult unless he switched to water type cultivation. However, if he did that, it would be too late. The third sword ancestor raised his head. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and his gaze fell on Qin Feng. A thought flashed through his mind as he narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Feng. "You want to use me?" Qin Feng was a water-type cultivator. Moreover, he was a water-type cultivator. Extremely rich water-type providence gathered on his body almost continuously. It was extremely majestic. "I'm not making use of you. It's just that you and I complement each other. This is mutually beneficial and win-win. If not, the sword master will think that I'm so bored that I'm deliberately looking for trouble." At this moment, Qin Feng finally revealed his true intentions. The sword ancestor helped him achieve the water origin innate deity position. After that, he used the water origin deity position to bestow a portion of his water origin fate. This was indeed Qin Feng's plan. "Qin Feng, your appetite isn't small, but what makes you think that I would choose you? Before I sealed myself, I knew of many ancient water-type demigods that sealed themselves." The third sword ancestor sneered. Qin Feng's appetite was too big. This caused him to feel displeased. Did he really think that he could control Dugu Xie? Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "That's right. Senior Sword Master can indeed choose those water-type cultivators who are stronger than me. I think those demigods wouldn't dare to not give Lord Sword Master face. However, does Senior Sword Master know that I'm also a level 9 drug god?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth faintly curved into a subtle arc, level 9 drug god. The third sword master's expression changed as he sized up Qin Feng from head to toe. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Level 9 drug gods, even in the ancient era, were few and far between. After a moment of silence, the third sword master narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "What are you trying to say?" Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart. The third sword master was extremely dangerous. His expression did not change as he said indifferently, "What I mean is very simple. Others may be able to save Yu Ningxiang, but that doesn't mean they won't leave behind any descendants. For example, they might lose their memories, lose their potential, or even lose their souls. But if I do it, I can reduce the chances of that to the lowest." A trace of coldness flashed through the third sword master's eyes, but he quickly restrained it. Yu Ningxiang was extremely important to him. If possible, he did not want her to be in any danger. Qin Feng's words poked the last bit of softness in his heart. He took a deep look at Qin Feng and pondered for a moment. Then, he stretched out a hand, and a light yellow sword chi appeared. The next moment, it turned into a light yellow crystal token in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Boom! Like a stream of light, it blasted into Qin Feng's body. Fast to the extreme. Qin Feng's entire body turned cold. Just as he was about to circulate his true power to defend himself, his mind moved. He felt that the sword chi did not have any killing intent. With a thought, he let go of the World King's true power and allowed the sword chi to enter his body. In Qin Feng's eyes, the sword chi turned into a sword seal, emitting a faint, majestic aura, and a message entered his saint soul. Calming fortune, great art. An extremely profound art fell into Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and a trace of unconcealable joy appeared on his face. Calming fortune, great art. This was the true name of the #1 spatial art. With all these scriptures in his mind, Qin Feng could not wait to go into seclusion and cultivate again to thoroughly comprehend this wonderful art. I hope you will not disappoint this sovereign. Without a sound, the third sword master's figure disappeared from the hall. This was a faint voice, but it emitted a strong chill. The moment the third sword master left, Shirtong heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure the third sword master gave him was too great. An existence like this could take the lives of the three of them at any time. Shirtong was unwilling to stay with the third sword master for even a second. Seeing Qin Feng's closed eyes, he immediately asked, "Young master, did he agree to your conditions?" Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. He glanced at Shirtong and Shirhan, who had a doubtful look on her face. "Don't worry, he has already agreed to it. However, he only gave us 5 years. 5 years? 5 years to become a Tao god?" Shirhan frowned. 5 years, this time was too short. For cultivators, each time they went into seclusion, it would usually take 10 years as a unit. Within 5 years, proving the divine throne of the Tao, this was too much of a burden. In the eyes of the two girls, this was simply a fantasy. Qin Feng shook his head. Within 5 years, this was not an exaggeration. Moreover, it was the water element, not the space element. He was the water ancestor dragon and was already the supreme of the water element. Although 5 years was a little short, with the opportunities in his mind, it was not impossible for him to become a water origin god within 5 years. First, water element, then space element. It seems like Yu Ningxiang is not as optimistic as I thought. Otherwise, De Xie would not be so nervous. He thought to himself. Qin Feng smiled. His personality was still more joyful. It could be said that the harvest this time was huge. Not only had he become an 8th-level world king, but he had also obtained the #1 space law, the Nethergood fortune art. There was also that sword energy. As long as he touched it, De Xie would definitely rush over. This was a life-saving item. Even if his luck was extremely bad and he encountered a heaven-rank expert from the primordial age, he would still have the means to settle down and survive. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Feng suddenly sensed a huge pressure from the heaven and earth. He was slightly startled, and then his eyes were filled with astonishment. A second deity position has appeared in this world, and one of the 4 symbols of earth, water, wind, and fire. Even someone as calm as Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little confused at this moment. The 4 symbols, origin deity positions, had actually started to appear. What if the water origin deity position appeared now? He didn't have the ability to fight for it. There's more later. Chapter 971. At this moment, in the depths of the various sects, countless experts were nervously sensing the changes in the deepest part of the universe. Please don't let it be the water origin deity position. Qin Feng sat cross-legged and carefully sensed the fluctuations and changes in the heavenly Tao. A trace of anxiety flashed across his heart. At this moment, his water origin cultivation was only at the first step of the supreme being level. He was not qualified to compete with those old antiques for the water origin deity position. Once the water origin deity position was born, he might miss it. Once he missed it, unless he took a step back and waited for the post-celestial water origin deity position to be born. However, this would be far from Qin Feng's plan. It doesn't seem to be the origin deity position. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed. He saw that the surging fluctuation of the laws had reached its peak. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, even the supreme beings could hear a clear and mysterious fluctuation that swept across the universe, coming from the depths of the heavenly Tao. 3 consecutive sounds. That was the myriad deity bell that signaled the birth of a deity position. Such a fluctuation swept across the universe. As long as one reached the supreme being level, even if they were in seclusion, they would be able to hear it clearly. Boom! A fluctuation that swept across the universe spread out from the depths of the heavenly Tao. 3 times. Qin Feng remembered that the more powerful the deity position was, the more frequent the myriad deity bell would sound. Normally, the birth of a deity position would sound at least 33 times. From 3 to 9 times, this was the sign of the birth of a post-celestial deity position. 3 times should be the weakest post-celestial deity position. However, even the weakest post-celestial deity position was still a true god. Below the true god, the supreme beings were like ants. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. However, his eyes were still solemn. There was a limit to the deity position. Every deity position that was born meant one less deity position. Especially since his cultivation was not complete yet, he could only watch the birth of a deity position. This was the most tragic situation. After a moment, a special and heavy force came from the heavenly Tao. Many of the Earth element experts' expressions changed. Many of the Earth Supremes who had reached the great success stage were filled with delight. It's the Earth-type deity position. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. However, his heart was a little heavy. Once a true god was born, the situation of the 72 mysterious sects dominating the spirit sea continent would be completely broken. After the first phenomenon, the shadow of a huge divine mountain appeared in the depths of the heavenly Tao. Quite a few Earth-type supremes revealed strange expressions. Element type, Earth type, mountain god type, divine position. This divine position should be the result of the accumulation of the fortune of a famous mountain god over countless eras. 1. At this moment, the heavenly Tao shook violently. The deity position in the center was like a yellow star that fell from the sky. Its long tail tore through the sky and suddenly fell towards the center of the 99 continents. Mountain god of the central continent. Vaguely, most of the powerful Earth Elemental Supremes had obtained the entire process of this deity position. Central Continent's Mountain God. This deity position is falling towards the central 9 continents. To the central 9 prefectures. I must find this deity position. Quick, check it out. Boom! At this moment, many experts felt the world shaking. Terrifying auras rushed towards the central 9 prefectures one after another. It's just an ordinary divine position under the earth element. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also realized that the current era had just begun. The first divine position to appear would not be the origin deity position, but some other divine positions. As time passed, the middle heaven deity position would gradually appear, followed by the innate deity position, and then the core origin deity position. Qin Feng felt a sense of urgency. Looks like I have to perfect the water element law first. Otherwise, once a true god appears, the situation in the world will change greatly, and there will be no place for me to stay. Not every true god was a merciful and soft-hearted person. Although there were fights in the 72 mysterious sect cauldrons, they were only controlling a certain range. However, Once a true god appeared, chaos was destined to occur. In the records of the later generations, most of the first-rate sects in the Golden Era were shuffled. Most of them disintegrated and fell apart. Many of them had completely lost their inheritance. Space element cultivation can be maintained like this. With the calming creation art, it is enough for the next cultivation. However, space element is limited to the fifth heaven's blight tribulation. There will not be any changes in a short period of time, unless I can completely refine the universe book in my body. Qin Feng would not forget the universe book in his body. This was a treasure of the space element. It contained the law of space. This universe book was difficult to refine. Even if his cultivation had reached Qin Feng's current level, he could not shake this treasure in the slightest. Therefore, if I want to attack the deity position in a short period of time, I can only rely on the water element cultivation. I have the water element innate treasure, the thousand leaves water god black lotus, which can merge with the water element innate indestructible spirit light almost all the time. I think I can master the water element law in 10 years at most. Qin Feng thought in his heart. However, 10 years is still a bit slow. Maybe I should try to kill some evil gods and get some water element minor deity positions. There is also the heart of the ocean. It's just that the heart of the ocean seems to be in the hands of a traveling merchant. The Golden Emperor by Qin Yu only got it by chance. Without luck, there is no way to find it. Qin Feng frowned slightly. The most important thing now was that the Bai family would start the groom search in a month. Forget it. I can use this time to familiarize myself with it and master a part of the space element law. Even though the number 1 space technique wasn't as renowned as the number 1 light technique, the radiant god slaughtering technique, its might wasn't inferior to the radiant god slaughtering technique. There are also the 3 treasures that represent sincerity, strength, and status. Qin Feng pondered. Bai Yin was famous for her beauty. Her background was illustrious. The public groom search would probably attract many experts of a younger generation. In a cave residence full of dense, mist-like origin qi, numerous extremely precious golden Bodhi wood spirit roots formed a dazzling lineup, forming a dazzling golden forest. The lowest grade of Bodhi wood, the green Bodhi wood, was an earth-level spiritual root. The silver and gold Bodhi wood were heaven-level spiritual roots. In this large forest, there was no lack of Bodhi wood that was more than 10,000 years old. There were also a few spiritual roots that were not inferior to the golden Bodhi wood. The entire forest was colorful. The multicolored light was dense, and there was no lack of strange, auspicious beasts with ancient true spirits galloping within. In the middle of the forest, there was a tricolored spring that was bubbling with water. In the spring, one could vaguely see the sun, moon, and stars. This was the rarest triple light holy water. It was one of the most precious types of acquired primordial water. It had formed a spring here. In the spring, there was a type of purple lotus spiritual root. The flowers swayed gently and were indescribably beautiful. Ding dong! The sound of a zither could be heard. Beside the mouth of the spring, beside the bluestone path, there was a pavilion. An elegant middle-aged man with graying temples was playing the zither. His face was refined, and although he was middle-aged, he had a strange and unusual demonic charm. The maidservants beside him occasionally looked at him. Their hearts were beating rapidly, and they were all blushing shyly. The Cloud Wilderness Star Master, the famous Grand Supreme Elder of Xingqian School, the high and mighty ruler, was unusually respectful in front of this scholarly middle-aged man. Junior Gong A.O., should we send someone to fight for the earth element acquired deity position? There's more later. Chapter 972. Ding dong. The sound of the zither came to a halt. He suddenly raised his head. He was enveloped by a layer of hazy light. His hair danced in the wind, obscuring his white hair. His eyes that resembled the stars were extremely dignified. There was a terrifying power shining. A sliver of panic flashed through the cloud desolation Star-Lord's eyes. He lowered his head immediately. This great elder who had cultivated arduously in the depths of Xingqian school for 1,000 years, known as the Star Lord, was like a trembling mortal before Gong Ao. You've come to ask on their behalf, right? Under the hazy light, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with a sliver of indifference. The cloud desolation Star Lord's back was covered in sweat. Everything he wanted to say was reduced to silence in his eyes. The cloud desolation Star Lord had cursed all the sovereigns. They were not bold enough to come and ask, yet they forced him to come. A sliver of indifference flashed through Gong Ao's eyes. Let them go. They're rare existences. Perhaps there's only one after so many epochs. I'm not an unreasonable person either. Thank you for your magnanimity, martial nephew. The cloud desolation Star Lord's eyes lit up. He was about to retreat. Hold on. Earlier, the Star Lord sent news that Qin Feng might have appeared in Heavenly Water City of the Northern Spirit region. Ask the two venerables North Moon and Emu to go. The Eastern Wilderness Emperor's legacy has appeared again, and there are signs that indicate this person might have practiced the indestructible heavenly scripture of the Eight Desolation. We can't let him live. With that, a sliver of coldness flashed through Gong Ao's eyes. The indestructible heavenly scripture of the Eight Desolation was his taboo. He could not allow others to touch it. North Moon, the two demon venerables? The cloud desolation Star Lord was secretly shocked. The two demon venerables, North Moon and Emu, were two extremely powerful ancient venerables under Gong Ao's command. Both of them were ancient demon venerables, personally released and subdued by Gong Ao. These two demon venerables were renowned in the ancient era. One was the descendant of the ancient true spirit, the purple-eyed ox demon king, while the other was a renowned ancient demon venerable. He had once rampaged for a period of time, a powerful existence in ancient legends. Many demon venerables had died to these two demon venerables' hands. Yes, suppressing the shock in his heart, the cloud desolate Star Master slowly retreated. After the cloud desolation, Star Master left. A purple light shot out from the eye of the spring. A purple lotus flew out and turned into a young man in purple. His appearance was handsome, elegant, and elegant. He glanced at Gong Ao. He frowned at Gong Ao. How did that Qin Feng cultivate the Eight Desolation indestructible heaven scroll? I should be the one asking you that. Aren't you the strongest immortal general under the command of the great emperor of East Wilderness? Shouldn't you know some secrets that I don't? Gong Ao frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The purple-robed divine general's expression changed before returning to normal. That's impossible, as far as this divine general knows. Although the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness had many lovers and had many children, the Eight Wilderness Indestructible Heaven Scroll has never been passed down to outsiders. Moreover, the Eight Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll has a unique law. There shouldn't be a second person who can cultivate it in this world. The purple-robed divine general shook his head with a strange look in his eyes. Your impossible has already appeared. Gong Ao sneered. The purple-robed divine general rubbed his chin. He seemed to be in thought as a strange light flickered through his eyes. What? You seem to be very curious about Qin Feng? Gong Ao's gaze was strange. The purple-robed divine general possessed extraordinary origins. He was a terrifying existence under the command of the ancient great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. This person had found an excuse to seal himself, allowing him to personally release him. Even he, who had become a sovereign a long time ago and obtained a portion of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness legacy, was not bold enough to face such an existence. The purple-robed divine general's eyes were calm. That's right. I want to meet this person. He must have some secrets on him, or he definitely wouldn't be able to cultivate the Eight Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll. Gong Ao's eyes flickered slightly. Fair enough. You should go. Qin Feng is a person with great fortune. North Moon and Emu might not be completely confident in killing him, but with you, it'll be in the bag. Gong Ao smiled gently. The purple-robed, divine, general possessed startling strength. In his peak condition, he was a mid-demi-immortal. Although he had only been revived recently, he had already recovered the strength of a lesser demi-immortal. To him, regular sovereigns were ant-like existences. In the depths of Xingqian School, in a hall shone with bright starlight, the surrounding spiritual qi was dense, and spiritual flowers and fruits swayed. Martial nephew Yi Ding, Gong Ao has sent people to take action. It's the two ancient demon venerables, North Moon and Emu. Below the hall, a Star Lord lowered his head slightly. The Tai West Star King. He was an extremely young Star King. He had only cultivated for a few centuries, but he was already a great elder at the level of a Star King. He was a chess piece that Yi Ding had planted under Gong Ao a very long time ago. Yi Ding looked at the Star Lord with a smile in his eyes. The two of them were extremely aligned when it came to benefits. Take down Gong Ao. If it weren't for the fact that the person the Tai West Star King secretly loves is in Gong Ao's possession, I really would struggle to bribe someone like him with my current cultivation. Yi Ding smiled as he thought inside. North Moon and Emu are not regular demon venerables. They're overlords who once ran amok in the ancient times. Emu almost became the common lord of the ancient demons, the demon emperor who controlled the wilderness. That's right, North Moon isn't a problem either. He's an ancient demon commander. He even led the wilderness hordes to wreak havoc across the various regions. He's truly vicious. The Tai West Star King nodded. His eyes were filled with fear. May I ask what martial nephew Yi Ding plans to do next? Now that the first acquired godhood has already appeared, there must be quite a few more acquired godhoods appearing one after another. The Tai West Star King looked at Yi Ding. Apart from the connection of benefits and the fact that their objectives were the same, the Tai West Star King actually placed more importance on Yi Ding. The Tai West Star King knew that although he had once been a supreme genius, he would be surpassed by others in this age of wretched prodigies and Star Lords. Right now, the most important thing was not to fight desperately for some epic. Instead, he should be thinking about how to preserve his life in the upcoming era. He had to protect his clan and his descendants. Relying on a young powerhouse with a limitless future was not a bad idea. Yi Ding was the young powerhouse he had chosen. Earlier, Yi Ding had made him rather hesitant, but the steadiness that Yi Ding had demonstrated recently, even subservient to him, made him dismiss his concerns. Next, we'll obviously plan for our fortuitous encounters. I know quite a few ancient ruins. The appearance of acquired godhoods is only the beginning. Although these godhoods have already appeared, even if those old antiques obtain them and refine them to break through to demon god, they'll still need a period of time at the very least. This period of time will be our opportunity. I will do everything I can to increase our strength during this period of time. At the very least, I have to guarantee that we'll have the ability to protect ourselves after the demon god appears. Yi Ding stood up and arrived beside the Tai West Star King. However, before that, we better pray that Xin Feng can keep that old bastard Gong Ao busy, or we'll be crushed to pieces at any time. I understand that old bastard Gong Ao's personality very well. Once he suspects something, even if there's the slightest possibility, he'll kill us without any hesitation. A sliver of coldness appeared between Yi Ding's brows. Chapter 973. Tianshui City's city walls were lined with soldiers in armor. Other than the merchants who came and went, there was a strict military ban. As the news of Baiyina, the young mistress of the Tianshui cities by family, spread out, the already prosperous Tianshui city's population increased by more than a few times in the past 3 months. The number one beauty of the northern spiritual region, Baiyin, Er's admirers were beyond imagination. Other than that, there were also merchants who saw business opportunities. They formed groups and made this place the center of the 10 spiritual regions for a short period of time. The Tianshui cities by family also took out a portion of the top family's resources. Groups of patrolling martial artists shuttled through the streets, restaurants, and markets. These patrolling martial artists' eyes were bright, and their temples were bulging. It was obvious that their martial strength was extraordinary. They intimidated many wandering martial artists and rogue cultivators. In the depths of the Bai family, in a small courtyard, a man in plain clothes that had been washed white was exercising his limbs. His every move was like a peerless sacred sword that could split the heavens and earth. It was as if he had practiced the special killing technique of the heavens and earth to the point where it was close to the Tao. The most peculiar thing was that the sharpness that could split the heavens and earth was extremely restrained. It was always compressed within 3 feet. No, it's still not enough. Although you have cultivated the immemorial by Emperor technique and awakened the first level of the by Emperor bloodline, this heavenly way killing technique is still too shallow and crude. An old voice shook its head in the young man's mind. Master, I have cultivated the first level of the immemorial by Emperor technique in 3 months. This is already the limit. Moreover, this heavenly way killing technique is the general outline of the heavenly way of killing. To be able to touch the threshold in such a short period of time, this cultivation speed is enough to be proud of the Bai family's peers. The young man, Bai Qingyu, felt wronged and unconvinced. What do you know? Is the Bai family that great? Those people are just a bunch of trash. You still have the face to show off when you claim to be the king of trash. The old voice said angrily. Let me tell you, the Bai Emperor bloodline of the Bai family is more tyrannical than the average divine demon bloodline. You have awakened the Bai Emperor bloodline. You are a dragon among men. Do you still think you are a piece of trash? You are a pile of mud that can't be raised. The young man was reprimanded until his face and ears turned red, his eyes filled with shame. However, he didn't dare to talk back to this teacher who was as important as a mountain. If it wasn't for the ancient by Emperor technique bestowed upon him by this benefactor, as well as a portion of the opportunity that he had obtained by giving him pointers, he would probably still be that trash at the 4th heaven of Tao comprehension. Unlike now, he had awakened his natal star and advanced to the Sea Revolution realm in a short 3 months. Moreover, although this teacher had reprimanded him, his original intention was that he expected better from him. Bai Qingyu smiled. Master, please don't be angry. Disciple knows that he was wrong. Disciple is slow-witted and has angered Master. Master, please give me some pointers. Oomph. The old voice snorted coldly. This heavenly Tao killing technique is the supreme, true inheritance of the ancient Bai sect. It originally had 48,960 killing techniques, and they're all orthodox techniques of heaven and earth. Now, I will take 3,000 of them that are most suitable for you and impart them to you. They include the 3,000 sword techniques of heaven and earth. Cultivating this technique is the most harmful and will incur the envy of heaven and earth. Not to mention cultivating all of them. Even if you cultivate 100 of them, you'll be able to kill a martial arts expert. If you cultivate 1,000 of them, killing supremes will be a piece of cake. If you cultivate 3,000 of them, you will even be able to kill gods and demons. This is the top cultivation technique of heaven and earth. Although this wasn't the first time Bai Qingyu had heard this, her blood was still boiling, and she couldn't control herself. As the demonic consciousness spoke, he was secretly laughing in his heart. Originally, Qin Feng was prepared to impart the purgatory demonic sect to Bai Qingyu. However, he quickly realized that Bai Qingyu wasn't suitable for the purgatory demonic sect's techniques. Thus, he decided to impart the techniques of the Lifeless Sword sect, one of the 10 demonic sections. However, he didn't expect it to be so effective. Bai Qingyu and the lifeless demonic sect's killing techniques were almost innately compatible. Bai Qingyu's nature was persevering, patient, and good at concealing herself. She was born cold-blooded and was almost an innate swordbone. I wonder how Zhang Xian, the Lifeless Sword sect's founder, will react when he meets Bai Qingyu in the future. Qin Feng was secretly looking forward to it. The founder of the Lifeless Sword sect was Zhang Xian. However, this founder of the Lifeless Sword sect was probably just starting to make a name for himself. However, Qin Feng didn't fabricate his origins. This lifeless killing technique originated from the ancient sword sect, Tai sect. However, although the Tai sect's Tai killing swordsmanship was powerful, it was majestic and domineering. It killed the strangeness of the demonic sections. Later on, Zhang Xian, the founder of the lifeless sword sect, sorted it out and mixed it with yin, yang, heaven, earth, and the orthodox heaven way to form the lifeless killing technique. This was the heaven way killing technique that Qin Feng had imparted to Bai Qing Yu. Qin Feng was proficient in techniques, not swords. However, mastering one technique would allow him to master all techniques. It was enough to guide a newbie who had just started cultivating. When the 3-month deadline came, Qin Feng immediately came out from the 9 heavens' divine treasure. Although the time was too short, he relied on his cultivation base and amazing deduction ability to cultivate the first space technique, Kongming creation knack, to the initial success level. Out of the 9 levels, he had cultivated to the 6th level. From Qin Feng's point of view, this Kongming creation knack didn't look like a technique for killing enemies. Instead, it was more like a technique derived from the laws of space. Just like the name of the technique, it leaned towards creation. In terms of lethality, this technique couldn't be compared to the first light technique, God-slaying light technique, or the first metal technique by Emperor's Golden Emperor /. However, in terms of creation, the God-slaying light technique and by Emperor's Golden Emperor / couldn't even compare to 1% of the Kongming creation knack. Especially with the appearance of this technique, regardless of whether it was his formation skills or medicine refining skills, it had unimaginable improvements. Qin Feng had even touched the threshold of the divine demon level, the mysterious god. When he arrived at the entrance of the Bai clan, he showed off his 2 hands and stated his purpose of visit. Then he was led to the side. There were many experts registering here. A deacon of the Bai clan glanced at Qin Feng from head to toe. Seeing that he was young, he couldn't help but look down on him. However, this person was also experienced in dealing with people, so he didn't show it. He laughed and asked for Yi Shiwen's name and sect. Qin Feng didn't bother about it. He just introduced himself as Qin Feng and said that he was a disciple of Xingqian school. When he heard that Yi Shiwen was a disciple of Xingqian school, the deacon of the Bai clan restrained his expression. However, at this moment, many famous young talents from various sects and schools had come. Even if Yi Shiwen was a disciple of Xingqian school, one of the top 72 sects, wasn't strange. The deacon's eyes flickered. His previous expression was meant to draw out Qin Feng's identity. In his opinion, for a song like this, a person with some ability would definitely not be weak. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't feel anything and didn't have any temper, he immediately assumed that Qin Feng wasn't famous. He guessed that Qin Feng was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat and wanted to try his luck. His eyes immediately turned cold, but he still respectfully led the way in front. Not long after, they walked to the other side of the Bai clan square. There was a magnificent hall in the resting area. Qin Feng stopped and looked at it. There was a row of 9 halls. Many experts in strange clothes were coming in and out of the halls. It seemed that they were all experts who came to participate in the public betrothal. Among them, there was no lack of people who ran out with dirty faces. There's more later. Chapter 974. Get lost. You want to participate in the Bai family's matchmaking? Stop daydreaming. A tall, bald, and muscular man with a body as hard as copper and iron threw out a pale-faced young man. Bang! The young man fell to the ground, his body trembling. He fell to the ground. His bones seemed to have been crushed. What's going on? Qin Feng looked at the young man, whose bones were broken. The young man looked to be in his 20s, and his family background should not be weak. With Qin Feng's eyesight, he could tell that this young man was a martial Dao magnate. To be able to become a martial arts magnate at such a young age, he would be in the middle of any sect. This kid is a true disciple of the Yunhai sect in Jinzhou. His name is Lu Yu. Some people think that they are invincible and have the chance to become the son-in-law of the Bai family, but they don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The deacon's eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Feng. Obviously, he was insinuating something. Qin Feng was annoyed. He was originally a killer, but in recent years, he had restrained his anger and became a good person. This deacon repeatedly said some words that were neither light nor heavy, causing Qin Feng to be a little annoyed. He released a trace of qi and entered the deacon's eyes for a moment. Bang! It was as if he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The deacon seemed to have experienced hundreds of years of torture. His legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. Qin Feng withdrew his qi, and the deacon came back to his senses. He stared at Qin Feng as if he was looking at an evil ghost, and his face was pale. Without needing Qin Feng to say anything, he told Qin Feng everything that he wanted to know. Young master, this is the uni hall set up by the Bai family for the Mrs. Matchmaking. According to the rules, on the day of the matchmaking, as long as you can defeat all the strong cultivators in the hall and become the uni hall's master, you'll be able to participate in the matchmaking. There are a total of 9 uni halls, which means that on the day of the matchmaking, only 9 people can participate in the matchmaking. I see. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. It seems that I still need to fight before I can participate in the betrothal contest. Qin Feng nodded and said to the frightened deacon, "You can leave now." Yes, yes. The deacon acted as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly ran back the way he had come. Along the way, he panicked a lot, causing many experts of the Bai mansion to be secretly surprised. Qin Feng took a step forward and looked at the 9 cloud courier halls. These 9 cloud courier halls seemed to have the ability to block divine consciousness and even divine divination. Qin Feng couldn't tell who was stronger or weaker. Of course, if Qin Feng wanted to, he would have the means to see through the mysteries. However, Qin Feng disdained to do so. If he couldn't even handle a palace, then there was no need for him to participate in the groom's search. Qin Feng randomly chose one of the halls and walked into the main hall. There were 7 or 8 young experts and even geniuses of the aristocratic families waiting inside. Qin Feng looked around and saw that these people were clearly divided. Their eyes were cold. On the left were the disciples of the sects and itinerant cultivators. On the right were the disciples of the aristocratic families. In the middle was the throne of the hallmaster. At this time, 2 rows of young geniuses were looking at the throne that represented the hallmaster. Their eyes were strange, but they were afraid and didn't dare to sit on it. They didn't want to become the target of public criticism. Qin Feng attracted everyone's attention as soon as he walked in. Qin Feng looked at the throne in the middle and said, "Is there no one sitting here? If that's the case, it would be impolite for me to refuse." With a faint smile, his figure flashed, and he appeared directly on the throne. Bang! Qin Feng had just sat down when a gloomy young man in luxurious clothes stood up from the 3rd seat on the left. "What an arrogant boy! How dare you sit on the throne of the hall master? Are you looking for death?" Leaning on the throne, Qin Feng looked down and fixed his eyes on the young man. This young man seemed to be from an aristocratic family. The power in his body was amazing. He was a rank 1 mighty figure of martial arts. "This seat is empty. It's made for someone else. Why are you so angry?" Qin Feng smiled faintly. "Boy, do you really understand or not? Since you don't want to move, I, Wang Qianquan of Inzhou, will teach you the rules of this hall." The gloomy young man in luxurious clothes smiled coldly. One of his hands was in the void, as if the sky was above his palm. He deliberately showed off his divine powers and made an example of Qin Feng. The power in his hand was exceptionally heavy. He swore to turn Qin Feng into a bloody pulp. It's the hands of myriad realms from the Wang family of Inzhou. Many young men's expressions changed slightly. Wang Qianquan was obviously not a good person to be ranked 3rd in the aristocratic family camp. The Wang family of Inzhou was also an old top aristocratic family. In terms of status, it was not inferior to the Bai family of Tianshui City. That boy is finished. If he is caught by the hands of myriad realms, his cultivation will be destroyed and he will become a waste. If it's serious, his life will be crushed. This is your rule? Qin Feng gave him a sidelong glance. A mere rank, one mighty figure of martial arts actually came to teach him the rules. Was he tired of living? With a thought, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. The true force of the world king in his body turned into the law of space and flew out in front of him, changing into countless spaces. The cyan giant hand blasted over. It was clearly in front of Qin Feng, but it seemed to never reach Qin Feng. In everyone's eyes, the giant hand had already reached the top of Qin Feng's head. It was raised high with great momentum, but it just couldn't fall down. What's going on? Why can't I hit him? Wang Qinquan's face was gloomy. He couldn't see through Qin Feng's means at all. He was puzzled and only knew that he didn't have enough strength. Qin Feng raised his head and lazily looked at the palm above his head. He glanced at it a few times, laughed, and sneered. Boy, you don't even have the strength to raise your hand. I think your rules don't seem to be very effective. Wang Qinquan's face turned red. Looks like a tough one has come. I wonder where this brat came from. He's so strange. I might not be a match for him if I fight him alone. Why don't we join forces and kill this brat first? Otherwise, wouldn't the position of palace master be given to him for nothing? Someone secretly thought. A moment later, in the camp of the left-hand aristocratic family, the person ranked second stood up and shouted, Everyone, this boy is powerful. Let's attack together and kill this arrogant boy first. Okay, let's attack together. These words immediately resonated with many experts in the camp of the left-hand aristocratic family. Even Wang Qinquan couldn't defeat the man on the throne. They were not even as good as Wang Qinquan. If this continued, they were destined to be eliminated. They didn't want to join forces and kill that man. 5 or 6 young masters, including the strongest young man in cyan clothes, attacked together. The force was like a torrent rushing toward the black-clothed young man on the throne. Wait a minute. Chapter 975. Just an ant. Qin Feng looked over with his divine eyes. In this aristocratic family's camp, the strongest one was not the green-clothed, cold-faced young man. He was a 4th-level sage who was proficient in the Tai law of water and wood. Although he was strong, he was not as strong as the second white-robed man. The white-robed man's aura was only that of a 3rd-level quasi-sage, but he was actually a 5th-level sage king who was proficient in the law of fire. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent. It was obvious that they wanted Qin Feng to not be able to walk out of this hall. Qin Feng's expression did not change. Under his guidance, the law of space in the void gradually changed and expanded, turning into a silver river in front of him. This silver river expanded rapidly and suddenly enveloped the 4 or 5 young masters who were caught off guard. Just nice, my calming art of creation needs some test subjects. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. The Milky Way changed, and vaguely it was like a huge, boundless chessboard, with the lines of latitude and longitude and space-time as the boundary river. However, these people are only good enough to be on the red side. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept across the group of disciples on the right. Let's attack too. At this time, the young masters on the right could not wait any longer. This person is strong. We have to attack together to have a chance of winning. A sect disciple stood up and roared. A green ancient beast that was entangled with Xian Feng appeared in the hall and turned into a ray of green light that charged towards Qin Feng. It's a Xiantian wind beast. It has actually cultivated the true form of a wind, elemental, true spirit. Its strength is not weaker than a 6th-level great sage. Many sect disciples revealed strange expressions. But the next moment, the Xiantian wind beast charged towards Qin Feng and disappeared without a trace, as if it had turned into air. It's the law of space. It's at least a 7th-level earth sage. Let's attack together and break his law of space. A 6th-level great sage whose strength was close to the peak suddenly stood up. With a furious roar, A misty white divine light erupted and shot toward Qin Feng. The law of void. Qin Feng turned sideways, a trace of a smile flashing in his eyes. The higher void law was the law of illusions, which was the upgraded version of the law of illusions. It could turn illusions into reality, alternating between illusions and reality. It possessed many mysterious powers. Strictly speaking, the Great Void laws countered the laws of space in certain aspects. A Tier 6 Greater Void law is trying to deal with a Tier 8 spatial law. The difference is too great. Qin Feng smiled, and the magical laws of space transformed into a boundless, formless light that swept out like a river of stars, instantly trapping the great sage who had mastered the magical laws of the cosmos. The sixth-stage Taishu Grand Sage's eyes flashed with a hint of shock as he silently disappeared from his seat. Everyone was aghast. Only now did they realize how terrifying the existence on the throne was. On the throne, Qin Feng opened his palm. At this moment, the images of the people who were sucked into the space faintly appeared on his palm. Many people were attacking the space with all their might, trying to escape from it. There were also people trying to decipher the mysteries of space. This doesn't seem to be too fun. Why don't I have some fun? Qin Feng observed. These people who dared to participate in the Bai clan's groom search were not ordinary people. No matter where they were rare characters that appeared once in 1,000 or 10,000 years. It would be a waste to let them go like this. With a thought, he activated some of the mysteries of the Kongming creation art. In the blink of an eye, various heavenly demons appeared in this space. Qin Feng indeed treated this space as a place for heavenly demons to manifest. Layers of true demons were formed. Qin Feng used the demon lord's power and the true essence of the demonic Tao from his previous life's 10 lineages to deduce layer by layer. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, layers of demonic Tao transformations were formed. This time, the chess pieces that fell into the space were instantly refreshed. Demonic flames soared into the sky, and purgatory boiled. Many people could not help but let out earth-shattering screams. This space became the demonic Tao of hell. Qin Feng acted as if he did not see it. Again and again, he displayed the essence of the demonic Tao. Some people stopped the torture and discovered some of the strange, true forms of gods and demons. They could not help but learn to observe the true forms of heavenly demons. This observation was so amazing that it could not be stopped. It was as if they had lost their minds and were immersed in it. The pain on their bodies disappeared. Many mysteries that they could not imagine in the past merged into the depths of their souls. Seeing these people fall into the demonic Tao and learn the essence of the demonic Tao, all kinds of demonic Tao entered their hearts and minds, transforming into various true forms of heavenly demons. Qin Feng thought to himself, children can be taught. Entering the demonic Tao and worshiping the ancestral master, there is no harm in meeting them. If you can't obtain this opportunity, who will? Several low-level children of destiny entered the demonic Tao. Qin Feng could clearly feel his demon lord's laws strengthening. It would not be long before he could break through to the supreme realm. Qin Feng's gaze turned to the remaining sect disciples in the main hall. These people met him by chance, which meant that they were fated with the demonic Tao. This was a great opportunity. He could not miss it. With a thought, the space expanded again and suddenly rushed to the right side of the main hall. The group of people's faces changed. The group of people from before had all disappeared. Obviously, they had entered the invisible space changed by the space laws. Nothing good would happen to them. Boom! Like rabbits whose nest had been blown up, several divine lights fled toward the main hall frantically. Haha, it is a great opportunity for all of you to meet me. Why do you have to do this? He sighed hypocritically, hiding deep malice. Qin Feng released 8 space laws in succession. Like 9 dragons, they turned into a huge chessboard and sealed the main hall's door. Those powerhouses panicked and did not know where to go. If they were not careful, they would suddenly plunge into it and become the seeds prepared by Qin Feng to spread the demonic Tao. Too many, not many. Qin Feng chuckled, like an old farmer who had stolen other people's vegetables. His eyes were filled with the joy of harvest. At this moment, his brows suddenly twitched. There is actually such a person among them. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Bang! Right at this moment, a strand of the spatial laws suddenly exploded. A scarlet divine light suddenly tore apart the space laws and loudly penetrated the main hall, landing outside in a panic. The red light flashed and landed on the square. It was a red-haired man in his late 20s. His complexion was pale, his chest was violently heaving, and his scarlet eyes were filled with a touch of panic. He looked at the main hall with a frightened expression. Isn't that the famous Scarlet Firmament Sword sect's true monarch fire refining? He's also here. His complexion doesn't seem right. In the square, many people had finished registering. As long as the powerhouses came to the main hall, some of them recognized true monarch fire refining, who was in the limelight in the Scarlet Firmament Sword sect. True monarch fire refining was a 9th-rank sage son of heaven. He could be said to be the most famous true disciple of this generation in the Scarlet Firmament Sword sect. He was also one of the most promising true disciples of this generation to inherit the position of sect master of the Scarlet Firmament Sword sect. I missed out on a good one. Qin Feng inwardly regretted. After a moment, his brows relaxed, and he thought inwardly, forget it. This Kongming creation art is not Deshang after all. For the time being, it can't trap an existence comparable to a supreme. However, these seeds in front of me can be considered an unexpected harvest. Chapter 976. Qin Feng had the 10 great demon Tao true inheritances, which corresponded to the 10 ultimate existences of the demon Tao. Although the demonic Tao was strange, any kind of ultimate existence would be equivalent to a profound demonic god if they were to succeed. The strongest among them were the Scarlet Emperor, the primordial heavenly demon, the primordial chaos heavenly lord, the Mahesvara heavenly lord, and the Xianming heaven-splitting bell. These 5 heavenly demons were comparable to the highest level creation gods. Among them, the Scarlet Emperor was a fire elemental heavenly lord born from the fusion of the heavens' divine flames. The primordial chaos heavenly lord was the strongest and had unparalleled physical transformation. The primordial heavenly demon was the noblest and was the king of demons. The Mahesvara heavenly lord was the strangest and was a demon among demons. The Xianming heaven-splitting bell was a tool demon. It could transform into a connate cardinal treasure and had endless magical uses. The tool demon lineage was extensive and profound. Apart from the Xianming heaven-splitting bell, there were also the Grand Simplicity White Lotus, the Supreme Heavenly Mirror, the Landscape Map, the Taiji Diagram, the God-Slaying Banner, and many other lineages. Next was the True Demon lineage. For example, the True Sun Demon lineage's True Sun Fire Art could refine the 3-legged Fire Crow True Body. There's also the 4-9 Blackwater True Art that could refine the Black Dragon True Body. In the future, the Demon Tao flourished and many true inheritances appeared. The Primordial Demon Heart Sutra that Qin Feng created had the Primordial Heavenly Demon and the Mahesvara Heavenly Lord. The Mahesvara Heavenly Lord could be classified as one of the supreme demons of the mental demon lineage. Although the Demon Tao had extraordinary killing techniques, true inheritances were hard to come by since ancient times. Apart from the legendary few demon ancestors who had cultivated the final transformation, the others were either stuck at the final stage or died under the wrath of heaven. In Qin Feng's eyes, this golden era was a great opportunity to spread the demon Tao. If he could nurture a few supreme heavenly demons who had attained godhood through the demon Tao, he might be able to transform the demon Tao into the demon Tao law. He would become a true demon Tao master god, a demon master. But this demon master law is too eye-catching. Once it is leaked, it will be a disaster. It was a primordial heavenly demon ancestor law. If it was a primogenital law with great potential like the Fiend Lord law, once it was exposed, even the fiend gods would fight for it. Once he obtained a primogenitor's law, it would be a shortcut to becoming a chief god's law. Faint spatial laws enveloped the Great Hall as more and more people entered the Great Hall. Those who entered the Great Hall all fell into the devil domain created by Qin Feng. She became Qin Feng's fated person, inheriting a bit of the essence of the demonic path. Qin Feng pushed this good deed to the limit. Everyone who saw it had a share. As more and more geniuses joined, the demon domain's transformation became more and more pleasant. The entire hall seemed to have turned into a black hole. A black light enveloped the entire hall. At the same time, strange phenomena also appeared in the depths of the other 8 palaces. On the square, a portion of the geniuses who had completed their registration gasped when they saw this scene. If one were to enter such an intense phenomenon, one would definitely die if one were to enter without any skill. Only a few peerless geniuses who were confident in their cultivation base were filled with fighting spirit. Many of them chose to enter the main hall. However, most of them chose to wait and see. Deep within the Bai family, in a grand hall, many Bai family elders were gathered together, their eyes unblinking as they stared at a giant ancient mirror in the center. The ancient mirror clearly displayed the situation within the 9 palaces. Within the grand hall, the ones with the highest status were not the elders, nor was it the Bai family patriarch, Bai Zhan. Rather, there were 2 white-robed old men. One of them was tall and sturdy with a red complexion, as if he were an old blacksmith. The other was elegant with gray hair. His expression was cold, and he appeared dignified. These were the 2 old fogies of the Bai family. The tall and sturdy one was Bai Shibing. The elegant and dignified one was Bai Wuli. Both of them were former patriarchs of the Bai family. Although Bai Shibing was older, his status seemed higher than Bai Wuli's. This point could be seen from how the Bai family patriarch, Bai Zhan, and even the many elders looked to him as their leader. I never thought that so many young powerhouses would come this time. The heavens must favor these young people. Most of them are around 40 years old, but even the weakest has reached the 7th step of the Earth's saint realm. There are even 8-step world kings and 9th-step saint sons. Bai Zhan's expression was still shaken. If this matchmaking convention hadn't been held, Bai Zhan would never have imagined that there would be so many monstrous geniuses in this world. Many elders had twisted expressions. As they saw a young 6-step great sage being tossed out of Grand Hall, some elders' faces twitched. This young 6-step great sage's skeletal age was definitely not over 40 years old. His strength was far greater than most of the elders present. There are even supreme powerhouses that came to participate in the matchmaking convention. Moreover, they seemed to be ancient powerhouses. An elder's eyes fell on a grand hall. The powerhouse inside was like a demon god. An ancient aura leaked out from him, faintly forming a golden divinity, demon, holy domain. He might even be the son of a divinity demon. Bai Zhan's eyes lit up. The son of a divinity demon. His bloodline was extremely high. He was a born demigod. This sort of existence could be called the closest existence to becoming a god. As long as he cultivated a little more, he would have the ability to attack the god realm. Moreover, the most important thing was his divinity demon bloodline. The divinity demon bloodline possessed inconceivable abilities. Nearly every descendant was born a powerhouse. This was the most precious thing. Many elders couldn't help but be tempted, especially when the son of a divinity demon in front of them clearly had the same divinity demon bloodline as Bai Emperor. The Bai family also had the divinity demon bloodline. The reason why it had been passed down for so long was because every time a powerhouse reached a certain realm, they would be able to awaken the Bai Emperor bloodline in the deepest part of their body. However, the Bai family's divinity demon bloodline had been passed down generation after generation. Even the 2 Bai family supremes bloodline was less than 1,000th of the original Bai family member's bloodline. It seems to be the son of the ancient divinity demon god Jinyu. One of the supremes, Bai Wuli, suddenly spoke. Divinity, demon god Jinyu? Isn't he one of the ancient divinities? Many by family elders were shocked. Divinity, demon god Jinyu was one of the strongest among the ancient divinities. During the ancient times, he had followed the central Baron Great Emperor of the 5 Baron Great Emperors. Many by family elders stared at the 9 palaces in disgust. On the first seat on the left, Bai Yin stared at one of the palaces. Her gaze landed on a black-robed young man sitting on the main seat. For some reason, her watery eyes seemed a little absent-minded. He really came, and his strength has changed so much. He can actually defeat the Crimson Firmament Sword Sex perfected Lord Fire Refiner. Bai Yin's pair of almond-shaped eyes suddenly turned watery, making her soft and charming. She suddenly thought of something and snorted softly. At least this guy has a conscience. What conscience? A beautiful woman beside her looked at Bai Yin. Bai Yin's beautiful face flashed with an intoxicating glow. She immediately realized that she had lost her composure and quickly retracted her gaze. There's more later. Chapter 977. Bai Yin glanced at Bai Yu, who was staring at her not far away. In the past, she was quite close to this aunt, but ever since she decided to marry her into Greater One's sect, Bai Yin felt that this aunt was too utilitarian. Especially during this period of time, she even joined forces with some of the elders of the Bai family to pressure her father. This feeling fell to the bottom of the valley. Yin's expression is not right. Look at her watery eyes and natural charm. She clearly has the appearance of a young girl yearning for love. Could it be that she has fallen for someone? Bai Yu's eyes changed, and she followed Bai Yin's gaze to the bronze mirror. However, there were many geniuses on the bronze mirror, and she did not know which one it was. No matter what, Yin can only marry into Greater One's sect. I can't let her be willful and ruin the interests of my Bai family. Bai Yu's eyes turned cold. She rolled her eyes, stood up, and left the hall quietly. She remembered that although Dongfang Weiming was not bad, many of the Greater One sect disciples had arrived first. This day it was close to noon. On the square, the people of the Bai family had already arrived. Behind them, there were many young experts gathered. Many of them were the geniuses of various sects who had already been eliminated. These arrogant young experts had all restrained their arrogance. They were silent. It's almost time. Looking at the golden crow in the sky, an elder of the Bai family said softly. Bai Zhan nodded. Suddenly, the 2 Bai family supremes beside him started to speak. Bailing sect's Northern Mountain supremacy has arrived. A loud voice resounded through the clouds, and a dot of white light appeared in the sky. The temperature of the entire noon suddenly dropped a few degrees, and the expressions of many experts suddenly changed. They saw that there were actually bits of snow falling. Immediately, everyone looked towards the sky. After a phoenix cry resounded through the sky, a stream of light appeared, and a huge snow-white divine bird appeared above the clouds. The pure-blooded true phoenix that the current leader of the Bailing sect raised? Bai Zhan raised his head, and his expression changed slightly. Phoenixes were primordial true spirits. There are all kinds of phoenixes. The red one was the vermilion bird, the cyan one was the blue swan, the yellow one was the swanee, the white one was the swan, and the purple one was the swanee. The ice phoenix was a swan species. It was also known as the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix was born with the ability to control ice and snow. Once it matured, it would easily possess the power of an 8th-level holy king. With just a little bit of cultivation, he could become the supreme of ice and snow. Purebred phoenixes were rare. The phoenix beneath the feet of the Northern Mountain Exalt was a pure phoenix. At this moment, with a flap of its wings, snow drifted down for thousands of miles, and a wave of cold air shook the heavens and earth. This Kanamai was close to that of the ice and snow exalt, the Northern Ling Supreme being descended. This was a white-clothed woman, her beautiful figure shrouded in the hazy radiance of ice and snow, unable to be seen clearly. Behind her were 2 young girls, Qing and Bai. Supreme Martial Artist. Bai Zhan immediately led the members of the Bai clan forward to greet him. Although the Bai family was a god-fiend family, it was still a mature and biling sect on the surface. Patriarch Bai is too courteous. Supreme Biling's red lips parted slightly. The Xian sect of Shui Yu has arrived. Another voice rang out. Just like a meteor, it descended from the sky. The meteor landed on the ground without leaving behind a trace of dust. The one in the lead was a tall and sturdy old man with pure white hair and a beard. His eyebrows were long and slender, and behind him was a cold and elegant goddess with a myriad of bearings. If Qin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this cold and elegant goddess as the Xian sect of Shui Yu's goddess of Guanghan. This goddess was actually following the white-robed old man step by step, treating him as the leader. It's the Xian sect of Shui Yu's previous supreme martial artist, Old Man Han Ju. Behind Bai Zhan, the Bai clan's supreme martial artist, Bai Wuli, secretly transmitted his voice. This old man is from the Xian sect of Shui Yu 500 years ago. The one we invited is the goddess of Guanghan of the Xian sect of Shui Yu. I didn't expect to alarm this old man. It seems that the rumors of the Xian sect of Shui Yu's decline are not baseless. So it's the previous supreme of the Xian sect of Shui Yu. Bai Zhan was secretly shocked and quickly went forward to greet him. The Crimson Firmament Sword Sect's Crimson Firmament Prime has arrived. The Qinkuan sect's supreme martial artist has arrived. The Taishu sect's supreme martial artist has arrived. The Xingqian school's supreme martial artist has arrived. One by one, the sect masters appeared from the void as if they had discussed it beforehand. It was obvious that the sect masters did not value the Bai family that much. The Bai family was a top god-fiend family. In normal times, the sects might not have taken a fancy to such a family. However, in this golden era, the sects are reshuffling. The Bai family's standing was extraordinary. Everyone, today is the day of my daughter's marriage. With the support of all the sects and the presence of all the supremes, the Bai family is honored. Bai Zhan had a smile on his face. With all the sect masters of the Ten-Spirit region here, the Bai family was greatly honored today. All the sect leaders nodded and smiled. The Lin family's supreme martial artist has arrived. Right at this moment, another voice resounded from the horizon. This figure appeared from the void, and a loud dragon roar turned into a ray of blue light that burst forth. In the next moment, everyone saw a huge connate jade water beast appear in the void. Its four hooves were like thunder, and in the next moment, a strange beast stomped down from the void. It had a dragon's head, antlers, lion's eyes, a tiger's back, a bear's waist, snake's scales, horse's hooves, and an ox's tail. Its entire body was jade green, and there seemed to be a wave of water vapor that swept over it. It had an indescribable charm. The huge fluctuation of water laws made even the Supremes present change their expression slightly. The Ice Phoenix under the Northern Mountain Supreme Martial Artist command revealed a look of fear. Under this huge power, it also let out an unwilling cry and prostrated on the ground. An connate water-type true spirit, a connate jade water beast. This was a mature form, a supreme sacred beast. The Water Swamp Divine Region's Lin family also sent someone here. There was a commotion among the Bai family's elders, and all the elders were shocked. The sect master's expressions changed. The Water Swamp Divine Region was one of the 9 great divine regions in the Central Region. The 9 great divine regions were vast, their mountains and rivers were magnificent, and their spirit chi and providence were rich. They were the best among all the other regions. Therefore, they were also known as the Divine Region. The Water Swamp Divine Region's Lin family was famous, and even the sects in the border regions had seen them. This was a top god fiend family, and they were the direct descendants of the sea god. There were more than 3 water-type connate demon gods in their bloodline, and there were even more heaven demon gods and acquired demon gods. They were a real giant. Although they were not a sect, their power was not inferior to the 10 great divine sects of the 72 mysterious sects. On top of that connate jade water beast was a supreme martial artist. His clothes were whiter than snow, and there was not a speck of dust on his body, like a pearl. Just looking at his face was a little shocking, as if it was carved by the passage of time, and it was full of crisscrossing ravines. Behind him, a blue-robed young man with a slightly arrogant look walked out. He glanced at all the supreme martial artists present, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, he lowered his head and followed behind the white-robed supreme martial artist. The moment this blue-robed youth appeared, many young geniuses seemed to recognize him, and their pupils constricted and their bodies trembled violently. "It's him, he's here too." In the crowd, perfected Lord Smelter stared at this youth with a fearful expression, as if he was facing a great enemy. There's more later. Chapter 978. The Lin family of the Water Swamp Divine Region was extraordinary. As a primordial god-fiend family, the Bai family was much weaker than the Lin family. The Bai family's patriarch was all smiles. After some small talk, the Lin family's supremacy spoke again. "Patriarch Bai, this nephew of mine has come to admire Miss Bai Yin Air. I wonder if you can give this old man some face and give my nephew a chance to pursue your beloved?" Hearing that, the blue-robed youth behind him stepped forward. The supremacy shouted coldly, "Lin Ling, quickly greet your Uncle Bai. Your Uncle Bai was this old man's best friend in the past." The blue-robed youth smiled and stepped forward. "Lin Ling greets Uncle. Although Lin Ling is far away in the Water Swamp Divine Region, I've heard a lot about Miss Bai Yin and have long been secretly interested. I hope Uncle can grant my wish and give me a chance to pursue Miss Bai Yin." Bai Zhan frowned. He was deep in thought. When he was young, he had traveled through the Central 9 provinces and met this Lin Lan Supreme by chance. The two of them could not be considered close friends. They could only be considered acquaintances and had met a few times. Lin Lan Supreme was the second brother of the current Lin family's patriarch. He was a genius and was one of the few peerless prodigies in the Central 9 provinces. After hundreds of years, he had become one of the few supremacies of the Lin family. The Bai family could not refuse the Lin family's request. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Patriarch Bai, isn't this a good thing? The Lin family of the Water Swamp Divine Region has a huge business, and Lin Ling is a famous genius of this generation. Shouldn't you give the young man a chance?" With that, the Taishu sect leader smiled slightly. "It just so happens that my useless disciple is also deeply in love with Miss Bai Yin. I also hope that Patriarch Bai will agree." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with silver hair and eyes that were like stars walked out. His body was vaguely like an endless fog. Looking inside, it was like the moon in the water, and his appearance and temperament were ever-changing. What a powerful Taishu law! Many sect leaders were slightly surprised. The famous genius of the Taishu sect, Tang Ying. There was no one who didn't know this person. Lin Ling glanced at Tang Ying with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Tang Ying's expression did not change as he waited for Bai Zhan's decision. Bai Zhan only thought for a moment before he said with a smile, "Well, since the two of you have personally asked, I naturally can't refuse." In this way, including my two nephews and these 9 candidates who stood out from the various sects, there are exactly 11 of us. As his words fell, soundless, the doors of the 9 palaces suddenly opened. In one of the halls, Qin Feng opened his eyes on the throne. "Is it time?" He looked down and saw that there were close to 100 people on the chessboard. Among them, there was no lack of talented geniuses and sky prides. There were even reincarnations of the stars in the sky. If Qin Feng had encountered such an existence in the past, he would have surely plundered the quintessence profundities of the stars and absorbed it. Now, however, his horizons had widened and he could see further. Instead, he was doing the opposite. Not only did he not plunder the star source, but he had also received a lot of benefits. Demonic path cultivation techniques were not restricted to one type. If they were suitable, they would not be stingy. Although the time is short, the seeds of the demonic path have been planted. They will definitely reap benefits in the future. Qin Feng withdrew the space laws, and the space returned to its original state, turning into a strand of space laws that fused into Qin Feng's body. Many young experts were like golden sand being sifted out of a huge wave, standing outside the main hall. Their faces were pale as they woke up from the infusion of the quintessence of magic. Boom! Qin Feng opened the door of the hall and walked out slowly. With just a glance, Qin Feng immediately saw the supreme martial artist with different temperaments. He was secretly surprised. Qin Feng's gaze found Bai Yin in the crowd. His figure flashed and directly passed Bai Yin, arriving in front of a supreme martial artist. Xingqian School's disciple, Qin Feng, pays his respects to the sect master. Many sect masters' expressions changed as they looked at each other. Xingqian School's primordial true monarch, Qin Feng, was a very famous name. Level 8 Formation King, Qin Feng. Taishu Sect's Tang Ying suddenly raised his head and glanced at Qin Feng. His eyes flashed. No need for formalities. The Star Venerable's expression was indifferent. Yes, Qin Feng nodded. Many elders of the Bai family looked at Qin Feng. Level 8 Formation King. This title was too big. Most of them had heard about the light god of war's tribulation. By relying on a level 8 ancient formation set up by this level 8 true king, the radiant war god had survived the most terrifying Tao-blocking tribulation without losing a single soldier, a single family, a single brick, a single tile, or a single flying brick. The two supreme martial artists of the Bai family looked at the black-robed young man with envy. On the contrary, the Qinquan sect's sect master and some of the experts present looked at him with hostility. Level 8 Formation King. This was a great help to Xingqian School. It wasn't something the average person could imagine. Lin Ling was also secretly sizing up Qin Feng. Even in the Central 9 great divine lands where destiny favored them, mystic cultivators had a lofty status. For such a young level 8 Formation King, he was likely someone that many great influences would fight over. No matter what, we can't let such a talent slip away. Send someone to contact him first. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then we can't let him live. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this time, the rulers of the 9 great divine lands walked out one after another. A total of 9 people. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. Qin Feng's eyes swept over them, finally landing on 3 of them. One of them was a black-robed youth with a devilish charm. He had a hooked nose, and his eyes were sharp. As he stood on the ground, it was as if he had become one with the dark side of the earth. Even the current Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Very strong. Although this person was only an 8th-level world king, Qin Feng could feel that this person's combat strength was in no way inferior to his own. Qin Feng heard some powerhouses around him talking. This person seemed to be Yin Ming, a true disciple of the Greater One sect. Next was a yellow-faced youth. His long hair cascaded down his back, covering a portion of his face. Only his eyes were exposed like rocks. This person looked extremely ordinary, but Qin Feng could feel that he wasn't simple at all. He occasionally glanced at Bai Yin, a strange look in his eyes. It was an expression that Qin Feng couldn't understand. Next was a red-robed youth. His crimson hair fell over his shoulders, and he had a stocky build. He exuded a heroic aura, and his eyes were filled with an astonishing aggressiveness. Qin Feng looked over and happened to meet this youth's gaze. It was like a god of fire that could incinerate the heavens and earth, causing Qin Feng to feel as if his body was melting away. The red-robed youth coldly smiled. His eyes were indifferent, as if he were looking at an ant. He swept his eyes over Qin Feng. When his eyes fell on Bai Yin, they actually turned into a smile, and he walked past. Yin, ever since we parted at Central Province, I haven't seen you in a long time. But Yin has become even more beautiful. When we parted in the past, I realized that I missed you deeply. Mrs. every move, voice, and appearance have already been imprinted into my heart. Chapter 979. Dongfang Weiming still wanted to say something, but Qin Feng's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Bai Yin. Yin, Qin Feng's eyes were smiling. Seeing Qin Feng appear, Bai Yinner's frowning brows suddenly turned into a cold snort. Yinner is not a name that anyone can call. My name is Bai Yinner. You two have to respect yourselves. Qin Feng could hear that there was still resentment in Bai Yinner's words. Qin Feng touched his nose. At that time in the cave, what he did was indeed not right. He took advantage of Bai Yinner's precarious situation to take advantage of her body. But at that time, he had no choice but to meet a strong, pure Yin woman. If he did not take her, he would be a waste for the rest of his life. Who are you? Seeing Qin Feng appear to disturb the situation, Dongfang Weiming was already cold. Seeing that there seemed to be a story between the two, Dongfang Weiming's face was suddenly filled with killing intent. His eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, like an ancient fierce beast staring at its prey. Who I am has nothing to do with you. Qin Feng turned around, a cold smile on his face. Although he did not know what this Greater One sect disciple was planning, but Bai Yinner was his woman, Qin Feng could not tolerate him interfering. Dongfang Weiming's eyes changed, becoming as sharp as a knife. How dare you? You are the first person who dares to speak like that in front of me. Dongfang Weiming. So what? Qin Feng did not care about falling out with his natural rival in love. Qin Feng's eyes fell on Bai Yinner. I said, I will marry you, even if you run to the ends of the earth. Who wants you to marry me? You think too highly of yourself. Bai Yin glared at Qin Feng coldly and turned to leave. When he saw that Qin Feng had completely ignored him, Dongfang Weiming immediately flew into a rage. A copious amount of blazing aura erupted from his body like a monstrous volcano. His background was extraordinary, and he was also a successor disciple of the Greater One sect. He was high and mighty, so when had he ever been humiliated by an aboriginal from a remote sect? He had made up his mind. Even if he couldn't kill Qin Feng on the spot, he would make him lose face and trample on him. A blazing power surged forth, as if it could incinerate mountains and boil seas. Many of the surrounding geniuses' expressions changed as they retreated rapidly, distancing themselves from the two of them. The faces of the Bai clan's Patriarch and his group turned ugly. They were furious. This Dongfang Weiming dared to make a move in the Bai clan's territory. The tremendous power of flames, which seemed to be able to incinerate the heavens and tens of thousands of worlds, swept over. The Bai clan's group suddenly found it somewhat unbearable. The two supremes of the Bai clan slightly rolled their sleeves, and silently, a pale golden light shield enveloped the Bai clan's people to prevent them from making a fool of themselves. Oppressive aura. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qin Feng sneered and released his water supremacy's aura. The enormous aura was like a tsunami that could swallow the heavens, sweeping over. It fiercely bombarded Dongfang Weiming's aura. Bang! Dongfang Weiming's expression changed. The enormous aura was like a substance that bombarded his aura. He couldn't stop retreating and only stopped after more than 10 steps. At this time, there were several footprints of several inches under his feet. Dongfang Weiming actually suffered a loss in front of the Xingqian school's King Yuanshi. In the distance, the other successor disciple of the Greater One sect, Yin Ming, had a strange look on his face. How is this possible? Dongfang Weiming is one of the top successor disciples of the Greater One sect. He's a level 9 son of heaven. Could it be that King Yuanshi is stronger than Dongfang Weiming? Behind him, the red-robed, perfected Lord Fire Refiner's eyes were filled with disbelief. Dongfang Weiming was recognized as one of the strongest among the younger generation of the 72 mysterious sects. He was less than 50 years old and had already surpassed the level of Grand Elders. He was one of the few peerless geniuses who could be compared to the old antiques in the depths of some first-rate sects. He can actually suppress Dongfang Weiming in a head-on confrontation. On the other side, Tang Ying and a yellow-faced youth revealed a strange look in their eyes. Dongfang Weiming was the benchmark of strength in the Linghai continent. At this level, he could no longer be described as young or talented. He was a true expert of the highest level. Even the sex couldn't easily restrain such an existence. There were many geniuses present, and even perfected Lord Fire Refiner had only touched the threshold. Only people like Dongfang Weiming, Yin Ming, Lin Ling, and Tang Ying had touched the threshold and collapsed. Now, King Yuanshi, Qin Feng, had be added. Dongfang Weiming's godlike handsome face flashed with a hint of red. Just as he was about to explode, the Bai family's supreme being flashed and appeared in the middle of the two auras in the next moment. Boom! The two auras were blocked by the supreme being and disappeared without a trace like a chaotic void. Bai Wuli's face was cold. All right, both of you are here to participate in the Bai family's groom search and are guests. How can you fight here? My Bai family is not having a groom search competition. If the both of you want to compete, why don't you focus on the matchmaking event? Qin Feng felt the two auras being devoured and dissolved into nothingness. Hearing that, he immediately retracted his aura. This was indeed not a place for a fight. Although both of them were supreme beings, they had techniques and supernatural powers that were beyond the supreme being level. When the fight broke out, only a few people present would be able to escape with their lives. Fine, Qin Feng, for the sake of Supreme Being Wuli, I will let you go. However, I will definitely win this matchmaking event. Just wait and see how I bring home the beauty. On the other side, Dongfang Weiming's eyes were red like flames. He stared coldly at Qin Feng and retracted his aura. Thinking about the gift he had prepared, he was very confident. No matter what relationship Qin Feng had with Bai Yin, as long as Bai Yin was in his hands, he could torture her however he wanted. A hint of malevolence flashed across his eyes. Dongfang Weiming, you are celebrating too early. Qin Feng's eyes were cold. Murderous intent was in his eyes. Seeing that, Bai Wuli heaved a sigh of relief. He laughed bitterly in his heart. Although he was a second step supreme, but facing these two people, it was still a bit difficult. No matter if it was Dongfang Weiming or that primordial true king, the pressure that came from them made his soul tense at all times. Once a fight broke out, he might not be able to suppress either of them. Qin Feng, 3 treasures. A warm smile appeared on his face. Everyone, today is the first day of the matchmaking event. Thanks to all the supreme beings, you have come to the Bai family to be the judges of the matchmaking event. Here, the Bai family would like to thank all of you for your support. Supreme Being Wuli, you are too kind. Hearing that, many sect leaders and even the Supreme Being from the Lin family nodded. After the opening speech, the Supreme Being changed the topic and smiled. I know that everyone is probably a little impatient now. Next, we will go straight to the main topic. Let's begin the first segment. Supreme Beings, all the candidates, follow me into the main hall. Guests from other places, if you are willing, you can enter the side hall to watch the ceremony. In the central hall of the Bai family, this hall seemed to have been built not long ago. It was magnificent and spacious, with 8 golden pillars supporting it, just like the main hall of a palace. The group of supreme beings took their seats. Qin Feng and the other 10 candidates also entered the main hall. The Bai family's patriarch, Bai Zhan, sat on the throne in the middle. Beside him were 2 elders. Qin Feng's eyes moved slightly. One of them was Supreme Being Bai Wuli. On the left and right were the 7 experts who were the judges of the matchmaking event. There was also a special guest, the Supreme Being from the Lin family of the Water God, Divine Continent. Qin Feng found a seat below the main hall and sat down. It happened to be beside Taishu Sec's Tang Ying. As everyone took their seats, Bai Zhan looked around and said slowly, I believe everyone is clear about the rules of this test. The 3 gifts represent sincerity towards yin, sincerity, and one's status and strength. The rules are as follows. The 3 treasures will be divided into 3 points. If you win any one of the 3 treasures, you will be awarded 1 point. If you win all 3 treasures, you will be awarded 3 points. The one with the highest score will be Yin, Er's husband. Now, candidates, please present your first gift that represents sincerity. Let's start from the first person on the left. From left to right, everyone looked down and saw that the first person on the left with a handsome young man in red who looked like a woman. There are more later. Chapter 980. This red-clothed youth, who was as beautiful as a woman, was not weak. Previously, Qin Feng had heard of this person. This person was also born in the northern spiritual region and was one of the three great families in the northern spiritual region. The three big families were Tianshui cities by family, Withered Pine City's Wu family, and Nether City's Yin family. He was from Withered Pine City. He was a famous talent in the Wu family. It was Wu Chu. He stood up and walked to the central hall. After bowing to the 8 honorables and Baijan, he spoke. Uncle Bai, my first treasure is the Wu family specialty, the lightning pattern bead. After he spoke, he took out a treasure box from his sleeves. When he opened the box, a light blue bead the size of a goose egg appeared. Wong, a bolt of lightning shot through the air, and the pure lightning energy was shocking. Lightning pattern bead? On his seat, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. The lightning pattern bead was a type of spiritual bead, and it was a rare lightning spiritual bead. I heard that the Wu family's prosperous land in Withered Pine City has a special lightning pattern spiritual bamboo. It grows by an inch every 100 years and a segment every 1,000 years. It is born from lightning, and the segment is the best spiritual material for refining weapons. Any weapon that is mixed with the powder of the lightning pattern spiritual bamboo will have a trace of lightning damage. The lightning pattern spiritual bead can only be produced by lightning pattern bamboo kings that are more than 10,000 years old. Everyone in the hall looked at the person who spoke. Universe Sect's Sect Master, Xian Zhuiyang. Universe Sect's Sect Master, Xian Zhuiyang, looked at the bead and said, Ordinary lightning pattern spiritual beads are the size of a grain of rice, and they are monochromatic. This lightning pattern bead is as big as a goose egg, and its color is pure. It has a faint 5-color glow. I'm afraid only the top lightning pattern spiritual bamboo that is more than 100,000 years old can produce it. Wu Chu smiled. Universe Sect Master is right. That's right. This lightning pattern spiritual bead is produced by the lightning pattern spiritual bamboo that is more than 100,000 years old. This isn't an ordinary spiritual bead, but a 5-colored lightning pattern spiritual bead. Any lightning pattern spiritual cultivator that is below the 7th rank would be able to raise their cultivation level by 1 rank. Baijan smiled from the main seat. The 5-colored lightning pattern spiritual bead was comparable to an Archean 3rd-tier treasure. This treasure wasn't bad. Many experts nodded their heads. For lightning-type cultivators, the value of this treasure would probably increase even more. Qin Feng's expression did not change. With his current wealth, 3rd-rate, primordial supreme treasures were nothing to him. At this moment, a voice sounded in the hall. What a bunch of useless trash. You think you can become the son-in-law of the Bai clan with your trash? You overestimate yourselves. Wu Chu's expression darkened. His gaze landed on Dongfang Weiming, who was seated among the crowd. Dongfang Weiming stood up and swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze paused on Qin Feng for a moment, and a cold smile flashed across his face. After a moment, he stood up and walked to the center of the hall, bowing to the supreme beings in the seats of honor. Honorable Supremes, in order to make some useless fellows give up completely and not waste your time, I'm willing to show you my gift first. What an arrogant fellow. How dare you look down on us? Many of the selected powerhouses had ugly expressions on their faces. Dongfang Weiming was too arrogant, especially Wu Chu. His beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with rage. Looks like Dongfang Weiming is extremely confident. I wonder what treasure he has that makes him so confident. Qin Feng's heart sank slightly. Although he had a few treasure vaults in his hands, Qin Feng also felt a sense of pressure. Since Dongfang Weiming was so confident, he would definitely not speak without thinking. On the throne, Baijan exchanged glances with the supreme beings. After a while, Baijan nodded his head. All right, since young Master Dongfang is so confident, let's invite young Master Dongfang to show his gift first. After saying that, Baijan smiled and looked around at the crowd in the hall. Of course, if you're confident, after young Master Dongfang shows his first gift, you can also come up to the stage and compete. Young Master Dongfang, please show your gift. Baijian's gaze landed on Dongfang Weiming. Suddenly, everyone looked at Dongfang Weiming. Dongfang Weiming nodded his head and looked around at the crowd. A cold smile flashed across his face. Unhurriedly, he pinched his fingers together and a pink, jade-like brilliance appeared on his palm. A unique aura emanated from his palm. A unique fragrance was faintly emitted from the center of the hall. When inhaled, many of the powerhouses felt as though their souls were completely purified and emitted a pure, flawless spiritual light. Countless flower petals bloomed in the void. These petals were transformed from pure vitality. Some of the powerhouses inhaled some of the petals into their bodies and faintly felt that the true power in their bodies seemed to have been purified. What is this? Many of the powerhouses' expressions changed and their eyes blazed with passion. Just by relying on its amplification and purification effect, this treasure was already extraordinary. It seems to be a jade scepter. Some of the more observant powerhouses saw the object in the pink spiritual light. That's right, this is a jade scepter. When Dongfang Weiming saw the crowd's expressions, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride between his brows. However, its original form is not an ordinary jade. This seems to be a piece of connate spiritual jade. At that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice was heard. Dongfang Weiming looked in the direction of the voice, and his gaze landed on the holy maiden of Guanghan, who was standing behind Supreme being Shuiyu. After taking a look, Dongfang Weiming was slightly surprised and then smiled proudly. Holy maiden, you have good eyesight. The original form of this jade scepter is a piece of connate spiritual jade. What? Connate spiritual jade? Hearing this, even the Supreme Beings couldn't help but be moved, and their eyes revealed a trace of shock. Connate spiritual jade? This was a connate item. Any treasure that only had the word connate in it was worth more than one could imagine. Even a wisp of connate spiritual essence was enough for some Supremes to attack. Needless to say, the origin of this connate spiritual jade was comparable to some of the connate spiritual treasures that were nurtured by nature. Connate spiritual jade would only appear when some of the connate spiritual essence sank into the ground and intertwined with the connate spiritual chi and was nurtured in the center of the spiritual veins. Any piece of this connate spiritual jade would be enough for Supremes to attack. Regardless of whether it was forging weapons, refining elixirs, or refining it into one's body, it would have incredible effects. According to the legends, there was a piece of connate spiritual jade in the primordial age. Later on, it fell into the hands of the immemorial Sui sovereign and was refined into a top-notch primordial spiritual treasure. Over there was the Sui sovereign imperial jade seal. This item had suppressed an era and gathered countless fortunes. It was the origin of the light elemental spiritual treasure. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the connate spiritual jade scepter. Although this piece of connate spiritual jade was not refined into a primordial spiritual treasure and its value was slightly lower, it was still comparable to some of the second-rate primordial spiritual treasures. Furthermore, this was not only. Qin Feng looked at the pink body of the jade scepter and his brows twitched slightly. This treasure falling into the hands of someone like Dongfang Weiming is simply a waste of God's gift. Dongfang Weiming said proudly. That's not all. After I obtained this connate spiritual jade, I purposely searched for thousands of spiritual flowers to refine the essence of the jade, including 3 types of connate spiritual flowers. It contains the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. It has an effect that all women dream of. I haven't been able to release it in the background. I'm so anxious. There's another chapter later. Chapter 981. 3 types of innate spiritual flowers. Many experts were dumbfounded. Innate spiritual flowers. Usually, only spiritual flowers born from divine grade spiritual roots could be called innate spiritual flowers, divine grade spiritual roots. Among the people present, even the various sects might not have a single innate divine grade spiritual root to suppress their sects. Dongfang Weiming offered 3 innate spiritual roots right off the bat. It was hard not to suspect that he was secretly displaying his sect's power. The faces of the supreme martial artists of the various sects changed. Which sect would not bear to use such a precious treasure? It was definitely a treasure of the sect. Who would take it out as a gift? The 10,000 types of spiritual flowers and the 3 types of innate spiritual flowers were not mixed into the jade rui for no reason. They were precisely combined according to the ratio of medicinal properties. Therefore, this jade rui has a magical effect. Holding this treasure can not only expel the external model, but also increase the chances of enlightenment by more than 30%. Holding this treasure while cultivating can almost enter the state of enlightenment at any time. What? There's such an effect? It was as if a heavy bomb had landed in the crowd. Many experts were already staring at the jade scepter with widened eyes. What was the most important thing for a cultivator? It wasn't a multitude of divine abilities, nor was it a multitude of treasures. It was one's own cultivation. Epiphany. This was the fastest way to improve one's cultivation. However, even for someone like Qin Feng who possessed great fortune, it was not as easy as saying that he could comprehend it. Enlightenment was something that could be encountered, but not sought. A moment of enlightenment, even if it was only for a few seconds, was enough to raise a cultivator's understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth by a whole realm. This innate jade rui could actually increase a cultivator's chances of enlightenment by more than 30%. How amazing was that? If not for the fact that there were so many supreme martial artists present, and that this was the Bai family's territory, many experts would have snatched it immediately. This treasure was too precious. Even the supreme martial artists could not help but feel envious. In addition, this jade rui is also embedded with a primordial spiritual pearl. This is a gold spiritual pearl, an ultimate treasure of a gold elemental real spirit after nirvana. It can automatically gather the gold elemental power of heaven and earth, and even summon the gold elemental laws of heaven and earth. With this item, it will naturally be twice the result with half the effort for experts who cultivate the gold elemental laws of heaven and earth. Dongfang Weiming landed on Baijian, who was sitting on the throne. At this moment, on the throne, Baijian tried his best to make his expression appear normal. Young Master Dongfang, are you going to offer this innate jade scepter to my Bai clan as the first gift? Not bad. Dongfang Weiming smiled. Whoosh. The moment these words were spoken, the entire group of elders behind Baijian became agitated. The innate jade scepter was an innate jade scepter with auxiliary characteristics. It was a second-rate immemorial era treasure, an extremely precious one that could assist in cultivation. Yet it was going to fall into the hands of the Bai family. Not all of the first-rate sects in the Spirit Sea continent had an Archean second-rate ultimate treasure. There were 72 mysterious sects in the entire Spirit Sea continent. For a new first-rate sect, like the Bailing sect, their most valuable treasure was only a slightly better third-rate immemorial treasure. Only the first-rate sects that were ranked at the top might be richer and have better second-rate immemorial era treasures. Although the Bai clan was known to be on par with some of the first-rate sects, the best treasure they had was only the third-rate immemorial era treasure, the Bai Emperor's sword. One could imagine how attractive a second-rate immemorial era treasure was to the various factions on the continent, especially an auxiliary second-rate immemorial era treasure like this one. It was much more valuable than other second-rate immemorial era treasures of the same level. Above him, Supreme Shuiyu stared at the innate jade scepter and suddenly said, Young Master Dongfang, is it worth it for you to give away a second-rate immemorial era treasure for Bai Yinner? What do you mean? Dongfang Weiming looked at Supreme Shuiyu in surprise. Dongfang Weiming, this is only the first round. Whether or not we can get to Bai Yinner, in the end, is still unknown. Why do you have to give away such a precious treasure? He then looked at his female disciple behind him and laughed. If you just want a marriage alliance, my female disciple is not bad. Not only is she talented, but her looks are also rare even among the black sect of Shui Yu. Supreme Shui Yu, what do you mean by this? My Bai clan is looking for a bride, not your black sect. Bai Zhan's face was filled with anger. The two supremes of the Bai clan snorted coldly. What do you mean? A second-rate, immemorial-era treasure is precious. Everyone here knows how precious it is. Young Master Dongfang Weiming, you should not be so careless. Supreme Shui Yu smiled faintly. Damn it, that old bastard Shui Yu is getting more and more shameless. However, this innate jade scepter is indeed precious. With this treasure, the Bai clan's strength will increase by a few levels within 100 years. I might even be able to use it to reach a higher level. Bai Zhan's eyes flashed with anger and anxiety. Although he was the patriarch of the Bai clan, he knew that his talent and luck were limited. He had almost reached his limit by being able to cultivate to the 4th stage. If he had this treasure, he would not have a problem becoming a 6th-stage Great Saint, let alone a 7th-stage Earth Saint. A 6th-stage Great Saint might not have the opportunity to break through to the Divine Throne, but his lifespan would be extended by at least 1,000 years. Thank you for your kindness, Supreme Shui Yu. However, I want to marry Lady Yin not because of her beauty, but because Dongfang Weiming loves Lady Yin from the bottom of his heart. In this life, I only want to marry Lady Yin. As for this second-rate immemorial-era treasure, I am willing to part with it for Lady Yin. Dongfang Weiming's expression was solemn as his gaze fell on Bai Yin. His eyes were burning with passion, but his expression was calm. However, Bai Yin remained indifferent. She was unmoved. Damn it, this bitch. If it wasn't for the words of the elders of the clan, it's extremely likely that the primeval White Emperor's treasure vault would fall into her hands. How could this young master possibly spend such a precious treasure for this bitch? Wait until I get my hands on you. Hee hee. Although he was furious, Dongfang Weiming was still gentle. His affectionate gaze, coupled with his handsome and cold appearance, seemed to be able to melt an iceberg. Good, well said. Young Master Dongfang's sincerity can be seen by the sun and moon. If Lady Yin follows young Master Dongfang in the future, she will definitely enjoy it endlessly. Bai Zhan stood up. His face was full of vigor, and the anger from before was gone. Supreme Shui Yu looked at this scene coldly. Many Supremes did not move, but they sighed in their hearts. With this supreme treasure, the rise of the Bai family was inevitable. Within 100 years, their strength would probably change again. At that time, they might become an important existence. Supreme Bailing's eyes were twitching. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on one mountain. The Bailing sect was the most powerful sect in the northern spirit region. If another powerful sect rose, it would be hard to avoid conflict. Bai Zhan's gaze swept across all the participants in the hall, including Qin Feng. Participants, you could present your gifts again. If no one thinks that their gift is better than young Master Dongfang's, then I will announce the winner of this round. Chapter 982. The atmosphere in the main hall was heavy. Second-rate Archean treasures were extremely precious, even in the Golden Era, with spiritual energy everywhere and treasures gushing out like fountains. On the Spirit Sea continent, the grades of treasures were clear. After ordinary divine weapons, those with seals were spiritual weapons. Above spiritual weapons were acquired true weapons. Acquired true weapons had heavenly seals and were extraordinarily powerful. In ordinary eras, even acquired true weapons were extremely rare. Most of them were in the hands of powerful families or even disciples of sections. Above the acquired true weapons, an undying divine seal was a Middle Heaven true weapon. Middle Heaven true weapons were even rarer. Usually, only top families or second-rate sects possessed treasures of this grade. As for innate rate treasures and even Archean rate treasures, most of them would only appear in major forces like the 72 mysterious sects. Archean rate treasures were divided from third-rate second-rate, and first-rate. Archean-rate treasures were also called divine demon-rate treasures by some ancient martial art practitioners. Every one of them possessed enormous and unbelievable power. For existences like the 72 mysterious sects, treasures of this grade were also treasures that they would fight over. Every one of them had an unbelievable boost to a martial art practitioner. Third-rate Archean-rate treasures were nothing. Second-rate Archean-rate treasures were supreme treasures that could stabilize the sect's fate even in some first-rate sections. Furthermore, not every single one of the 72 mysterious sects had such a treasure to guard them. Usually, it was impossible to even take it out for a look, let alone give it to the Bai family as a gift. Lin Ling, Tang Ying, Yin Ming, the sallow-faced youth, Jin Yu, and many other candidates were all deep in thought. Some of the children of fate might have treasures of similar value. However, these treasures were important treasures for the rise of these children of fate. In many people's hearts, these treasures were far more important than a woman. Even if this woman was the most beautiful woman in the Northern Spirit region. Bai Zhanhuan was slightly disappointed when he saw that everyone was silent. However, he smiled as he looked at the Jade Scepter. To the Bai family, this Jade Scepter was already a great gain. Qin Feng sat on his seat, and when he felt the gaze of a young lady landing on him, he instantly smiled lightly. He glanced over and saw Bai Yin'er glaring at him coldly. This Jade Scepter is an auxiliary second-rate Archean treasure, but in terms of effectiveness, its value is not inferior to an ordinary first-rate Archean treasure. Although I have many treasures in my body, whether it's the quasi-god grade spiritual roots or the few key treasures in the Astral God's treasury, none of them are inferior to this treasure in terms of grade. However, those spiritual roots and treasures have now become one with the chaos world. If I take them out, I'm afraid it will damage the foundation of the chaos world, causing its evolution to stagnate or even slow down. Qin Feng pondered for a while. The primal chaos world was related to one's future path. It was the foundation and could not be taken away. Qin Feng was in a bit of a dilemma. Ordinary treasures really couldn't compare to this immemorial Jade Scepter. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at Dongfang Weiming, who was extremely proud of himself, with a smile on his face. Got it. Bai Zhan remained silent for a long time. He smiled and was about to announce the winner of the first round. At this moment, a figure stood up from the seat next to him. He came to the central hall. Primordial true King Qin Feng. The eyes of many supreme experts moved, and many of them looked at the Star Venerable in the center. The Star Venerable's expression was indifferent, without the change of expression that the other masters had imagined. Dongfang Weiming stared coldly at the black-robed man, with a trace of coldness flashing across his eyes. This guy finally made a move. On the other side, Bai Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Qin Feng, do you want young Master Dongfang Weiming of the Greater One sect? Looking at Qin Feng, Bai Zhan's eyes moved slightly, and there was a trace of expectation in his eyes. As a level 8 formation king, it was not hard to imagine that Qin Feng must have had a great opportunity to obtain such a cultivation in a short few years. What gift do you have to offer? Everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and glanced at everyone. His eyes paused for a few seconds on Bai Yin-er's slightly expectant eyes under the veil, and then he walked to the center of the hall. Patriarch Bai, Supreme Martial Artists, before we present the treasures, can I ask you a question? What do you want to ask? Bai Zhan looked at Qin Feng strangely. Not only Bai Zhan, but the other masters also had a strange look, and they did not understand what Qin Feng wanted to do. Whatever the question is, as long as it is related to the groom search, I can answer you. Well, I want to ask, does this Jade Rui belong to the Bai family, or does it belong to young Master Dongfang? Qin Feng's eyes fell on the pink Jade Rui in front of the table. This, Bai Zhan's eyes moved slightly, obviously surprised by Qin Feng's question. More than that, he was disappointed. After passing the selection of the 9 halls, Qin Feng's performance fell into the eyes of the Bai family. Baijan even thought more highly of him than before. He was a level 8 array king. However, asking such a question was a bit too stingy. On the side, the elders of the Bai family were also discussing and looking at Qin Feng with disappointment. Baijan said lightly, "Although this item belonged to young Master Dongfang previously, since it is offered as a gift, it naturally belongs to the Bai family now. I believe young Master Dongfang has no objection to this." Of course, Dongfang Weiming looked at Qin Feng with a sneer. "Young Master Qin, are you worried about your family's treasure? Is that why you asked such a ridiculous and childish question? But if so, you don't have to participate in the groom search. Why do you have to embarrass yourself here?" As soon as he said that, in the hall, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Feng, and many people shook their heads. This Yuanshi real king of Xingqian school is a little petty. I think he is most likely from a small family. He is just a commoner. Even if he is in a high position, he can't change the aura of a commoner. In the hall, many people sneered secretly. "Star Venerable, it seems like your disciple is quite humorous." On the judging panel, a mocking voice sounded. The Qinkuan sect leader, Xian Jiuyang, looked at the Star Venerable with a half-smile. The Star Venerable looked indifferent and glanced at Xian Jiuyang coldly. Many of the sect leaders laughed lightly. Bai Yin looked at Qin Feng without any change in her expression. Although she didn't know Qin Feng's character well, she knew that Qin Feng would not speak without thinking. Her pair of watery eyes sized up Qin Feng from head to toe. She really wanted to know what Qin Feng was trying to do. On the throne, Baijan laughed. "I wonder if young Master Qin is satisfied with this answer." There's more later. Chapter 983. Satisfied, very satisfied. Qin Feng smiled as if he did not see the mockery of the crowd. "However, I would also like to broaden my horizons. I wonder if Patriarch would be willing to show me the jade Rui up close?" Seeing Baijan frowning and hesitating, Qin Feng's gaze flickered as he spoke. As the saying goes, only by comparison can one distinguish the superior from the inferior. In front of all the supreme martial artists, I think Patriarch would not be afraid that I, Qin Feng, have any bad intentions. What is this Yuanshi true king planning? Baijan could not figure out Qin Feng's thoughts. Qin Feng was the level 8 array king and had the headmaster of Xingqian school and all the other headmasters present. Baijan was not afraid of Qin Feng messing around. While Baijan was still hesitating, Dongfang Weiming could not stand it anymore. "Qin Feng, why are you dilly-dallying? Could it be that you're trying to take advantage of the situation because you can't take out any treasures?" Qin Feng turned around and said calmly, "Dongfang Weiming, why are you in such a hurry? I, Qin Feng, am the level 8 array king and a true disciple of Xingqian school. How can I speak without thinking? As for offering treasures, you have to be prepared first. Since you jumped out in such a hurry, could it be that you are afraid that I will take out more treasures than you? You are jealous, so you jumped out to stop me." Qin Feng looked at the jade Rui. If he wanted to give out this treasure, he had to get it. "Do you think I am afraid of you?" Dongfang Weiming was so angry that he laughed. As arrogant as he was, he simply pushed the matter aside. "Qin Feng, go ahead and take a look. I don't believe that you can see a flower." Seeing this, Baijan on the throne finally nodded. "Well, since young Master Dongfang doesn't mind, I will agree." Qin Feng nodded and bowed slightly to the supreme martial artists. Then, an elder in front of Baijan took down the jade Rui. Qin Feng looked at the jade Rui on the golden tray in front of him. He did not need to hold it in his hand. Just looking at it made him happy. It had a long handle and a hook head as flat as a shell leaf. It was smooth to the touch, as if it was silk. It looked crystal clear. Pink spiritual light flowed with vibrant colors, exuding a sense of auspiciousness and auspiciousness. Taking a closer look, her entire body was pink, and there were faint dragon patterns carved on it. The jade scepter seemed to have countless petals drifting in the pink. This is indeed a good item. Fiddling with it in his hand, a strange look flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. In an angle that no one could see, a heart demon, under the urging of his mana, quickly transformed into a fake jade Rui. Inner demons were the best at transformations. In addition, Qin Feng's true force was at the sixth stage of the extreme Dao realm. It possessed a mysterious power that surpassed the heavenly Dao. The Jade Rui appeared in the center of the chaotic world. Next, I have to change this Jade Rui. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He put the Jade Rui back on the golden tray. At the same time, a wisp of the inner demon entered the body of the elder of the Bai family, who was holding the tray. Attracted by the inner demon, the elder of the Bai family was confused and the tray was tilted. The Jade Rui suddenly fell. A smile flashed across Qin Feng's face. With a flash of his body, he picked up the fallen Rui Jade. Be careful. Qin Feng picked up the Jade Rui. Thank you, young Master Qin. The elder came to his senses and bowed hurriedly. He carried the tray back to Baijian. Baijian looked at the elder and took the Jade Rui from the tray. He rubbed the Jade Rui with one hand and nodded when he saw that there was nothing wrong with it. Baijian said lightly, "Well, Qin Feng, you've seen it and compared it. You should take out your gift now, right?" After being tormented by Qin Feng, if it were someone else, he would not be happy. Even so, his expression was already somewhat impatient. Of course, Qin Feng smiled and stretched out his hand. A ball of light gradually appeared in his hand. At this time, the chaotic world in his body was like a huge furnace. In the middle of the furnace, the Jade Rui was being tempered by the chaotic world's divine fire. In Qin Feng's opinion, the Jade Rui was being tempered with the essence of 10,000 flowers. The innate jade was polluted by the spiritual flowers, and its meridians were turbid. The power of the innate jade was completely suppressed. There was also the golden spirit pearl that was embedded in it. It was completely destroying this fine innate jade. Gold was ominous. Jade was formed by auspicious aura. Even if it was to be inlaid, it should not be inlaid on the Jade Rui so carelessly. Not only did it destroy the pure aura of the Jade Rui, but it also wasted the potential of the treasure. It was a waste for the jade to fall into the hands of Dongfang Weiming. In Qin Feng's opinion, although a treasure refined from this innate jade couldn't be said to be a top-grade primordial first-rate supreme treasure, it wouldn't be a problem for it to be an ordinary first-rate supreme treasure. At this time, in the chaotic world's heaven and earth furnace, the jade essence of the innate Jade Rui was being tempered inch by the divine fire. The essence of 10,000 flowers was completely refined and turned into countless spiritual seals that merged into the jade body. The gold spiritual pearl was completely melted and turned into a layer of pale golden dragon patterns that were engraved on the Jade Rui. It added a hint of golden majesty to the Jade Rui. In the depths of the Jade Rui, the countless meridians became more perfect. The essence of 10,000 flowers that blocked the meridians were all expelled and turned into a spiritual light that merged with the jade body. Visible to the naked eye, the entire Jade Rui was like a stream of spiritual light that shone like water. It was tender and beautiful and emitted a perfect innate aura. It seemed to have reached the pinnacle of primordial second-rate treasures. The spiritual light was about to completely take shape. Quick, I need to be quick. Qin Feng's expression changed. In the chaotic world, a treasure he obtained from the star god's secret chamber appeared. It was a lotus lamp, and the strange thing was that it had 3 flower discs. A trace of pain flashed through his heart. In the next moment, the 3 flower discs of the lotus lamp shattered, and 3 pure, innate vital energies appeared. These were 3 extremely precious, innate vital energies. Innate chi of fortune, innate chi of fortune, innate chi of longevity. These were the 3 types of innate vital energies. When they appeared, they were like 3 divine dragons that fell into the spiritual light of the Jade Rui that was about to take shape. Visible to the naked eye, there seemed to be countless innate spirit mushrooms growing in the spiritual light. A sweet fragrance suddenly spread throughout the entire chaotic world. Multicolored light soared into the sky, and thousands of auspicious chi streams. Under this spiritual light, the entire chaotic world seemed to be purified. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. A primordial first-rate treasure. Qin Feng felt the joy of the origin in the core of the chaotic world, as if it was celebrating the birth of a primordial first-rate treasure. At the same time, a jade rui that emitted golden light appeared in Qin Feng's hand. There's more. Chapter 984. What's that? In the Great Hall, everyone's gazes landed on Qin Feng. They were prepared to look at the ball of dense, spiritual light in his hand. Another jade scepter? The group of people looked at the pink jade scepter on the tray, in front of Baijan, with strange expressions. However, when they took a closer look, the faces of the sect masters changed again. The jade scepter emitted a ray of spiritual light, illuminating the hall like clear water. Everyone in the hall felt refreshed, as if they had been reborn. Even a few Supremes felt that their Supremes' divine bodies had benefited greatly from this ray of light, and their souls were relaxed. This is the Supremes of Snow Region, and Taishu Supremes couldn't help but stand up. This is an immemorial, primordial, ultimate treasure. Qin Feng activated the Jade Scepter, and a clear stream of innate fortune qi swept across the hall, turning into fortune green lotuses that fell into the bodies of some experts. The experts' faces changed, and they felt as if the green lotuses had cleansed their bodies and even their saints' souls. Even the quality of the true force in their bodies had been raised by a notch. Immemorial, primordial, ultimate treasure. The entire hall was dead silent. Only the green lotuses transformed from the innate fortune qi were floating in the air. The hall was completely shrouded in a deathly silence, and everyone felt their mouths go dry. They turned their necks and looked at the jade scepter in the black-robed young man's hand with great difficulty. At the same time, they were shocked like never before. Baijan swallowed his saliva and looked at Qin Feng, as if he was sleepwalking. Qin Feng, did you just say that this is an immemorial, primordial, ultimate treasure? That's right, Qin Feng said with a smile. All immemorial, primordial, ultimate treasures have the immemorial light. The immemorial light of third-rate ultimate treasures is white. The immemorial light of second-rate ultimate treasures is green, and only the immemorial light of first-rate ultimate treasures is purple. Everyone knows this. Qin Feng activated the golden jade scepter in his hand, and a purple cloud appeared in the core of the jade scepter. In an instant, purple clouds filled the sky. Visible to the naked eye, purple clouds appeared within 10,000 miles of Tianshui City. It's really an immemorial, primordial, ultimate treasure. And it also looks like an auxiliary, immemorial, primordial, ultimate treasure. Whoosh! The entire group of elders of the Bai family burst into an uproar. Each and every one of them stared at Qin Feng with a fervent look on their faces. A first-rate, primordial treasure. There were countless first-rate sects in the Spirit Sea continent. Even Xingqian School, which was ranked in the top 20, might not have a primordial ultimate treasure. Such a treasure was only second to the ancient origin treasures like the Desolate Dragon Gate and Sui Sovereign Steel. This is the innate pure fortune jade rui I secretly crafted. Its true form is also an innate jade, and I've infused it with the essences of thousands of herbs and the innate fortune qi. This treasure can be said to be an innate saint weapon that can aid in cultivation. Qin Feng cast out the innate jade scepter, and with a slight flick, a pure divine ray appeared. Moreover, it is a supreme treasure that guards the holy soul. With it, even if the 5 decays of the celestial being and the 5 tribulations descend, it can be delayed for a long time. Many of you here are experts with extraordinary cultivation. You should understand the significance of this. Gulp. Many experts' eyes emitted a terrifying red light. Of course, he understood. To be able to aid in the tribulation and to delay and reduce the number of tribulations. Just this alone was already heaven-defying. It is indeed a primordial ultimate treasure. This primordial true monarch actually took out a treasure of this level. Baijan couldn't help but walk down from his throne. Mr. Qin, are you really going to give this primordial ultimate treasure to Yen as a gift? Baijan felt like he was dreaming. There was actually someone who was willing to take out a primordial ultimate treasure for a woman. Bai Yan'er's pair of eyes looked at Qin Feng, and there was a moment of daze. Primordial ultimate treasure. Even the Bailing sect didn't have a primordial ultimate treasure of this level. This was the foundation of a first-rate sect. Qin Feng was actually willing to take out a primordial ultimate treasure for her. Of course it's true. Qin Feng looked at Bai Yan. For Yan, what's a mere first-rate primordial treasure worth? A mere primordial ultimate treasure? Many sect masters were dazed when they heard this. A primordial ultimate treasure. There were probably less than 20 of them in the entire Spirit Sea continent. He actually gave away such a primordial ultimate treasure with just a few words. On the side, the Star Venerable had the urge to vomit blood. Xingqian School had been operating for hundreds of eras, but it was only worth this much. Baijan laughed. Good. Primordial true monarch is indeed very attentive to Yen. I believe Yen will also understand your sincerity. Baijan looked around at all the Supremes present. Supremes, the gap between a primordial ultimate treasure and a primordial ultimate treasure is already very obvious. I believe all the Supremes present shouldn't have any other doubts. Of course, a primordial ultimate treasure is too far away from a primordial ultimate treasure. One of the Supremes slowly exhaled and looked at Qin Feng. His gaze was shaken. Everyone, is there anyone else who is willing to come forward and present their gift? If not, we will directly announce the results of the first round. Announce the results? Dongfang Weiming's face was very ugly, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. Ever since Qin Feng took out this innate fortune jade Rui, he had a faint, strange feeling. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it was. Although this jade Rui was covered with a layer of golden skin, he always had a feeling that it was his innate jade god Rui. Seeing that Baijan was about to announce the results, Dongfang Weiming couldn't help but question. Qin Feng, where did you get this jade Rui? How can you have the same innate jade as me? Dongfang Weiming faintly questioned. As soon as he said this, Baijan, who was about to announce the results, changed his expression. The blazing atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly froze, and everyone looked at Qin Feng. Innate jade was not a cabbage. In the legends, there was only one innate jade in the world, and that was the Sui Sovereign Seal. The one in Dongfang Weiming's hand was the second innate jade. What does it have to do with you where my jade came from? Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, but his heart was slightly moved. He knew that Dongfang Weiming was probably suspicious. This was normal. Innate jade was too rare. Furthermore, this jade Rui had been in Dongfang Weiming's possession for so long, and was refined and used by him. Even if Qin Feng changed his appearance, it was impossible for him to cut off this sense of familiarity. What a pity. So what if you are suspicious? He sneered in his heart. Qin Feng, you bastard, this innate jade Rui should be the innate jade deity that I had before. I see that you pretended to want to borrow the jade Rui to look at it, but you obviously tampered with it and swapped it with mine. Dongfang Weiming roared. Using my innate jade god Rui to participate in the groom selection. How dare you? That are tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.